Oh, we are live, so I'll look to my clerk for a roll call first.
Welcome to the July 13th, 2026 council meeting. We'll begin with roll call of council.
Hang on, I think we're moving some furniture here. Okay, try again, Laura. Sorry.
Welcome to the July 13th, 2026 council meeting. We'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snutch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu.
Present.
Councillor Goff.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, can everybody hear us okay? As I know, we had a meeting here the other day and we weren't coming through very well. So with that, I'll look for the approval of the agenda, please, Rebecca.
That the council agenda dated July 13th, 2026 be adopted as amended to include the addendum.
There was two addendums this morning. I hope everybody got them. Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Tuyu. Any other questions on the agenda? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest for any member of council? As I always say, if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Announcements, I have quite a few actually. We'll start with the County of Simcoe Organic Survey. The County of Simcoe is looking for feedback on how households manage food waste and use their green carts. This survey will help county better determine and understand what's working well and any challenges residents may be facing and how they can improve education and awareness to the organics program. The survey takes about 10 minutes to complete and is available online at Simcoe County /organic survey. So I encourage everybody to get on and take part in that survey. Youth flag football returns this fall. I'm pleased to share that following a very successful spring season, the township once again is partnering with Sports Club to offer youth flag football this fall. Registration is open for youth ages 8 to 17, and the spaces will fill up quickly. So I encourage families to register early by visiting ramara.ca/recreation and get your young ones signed up. Zoning bylaw update open house. I want to remind the residents of the upcoming open house at the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw update. The open house will take place Wednesday, July 22nd from 6 to 9 p.m. right here in the administration building. This is an opportunity to learn more about the project, ask questions, and share your thoughts on how Ramara should grow and develop in the years ahead. If you're unable to attend, you can still participate by completing an online survey, the interactive mapping, using the interactive mapping tool, both available until August 5th at ramara.ca/zoning update. And again, take the time to look at that because it really does matter when you look at the map to see what your property is zoned and what the property around you is zoned. I can't stress that enough. Summer road maintenance. I'd like to provide residents with a quick update on our summer road maintenance program. Over the coming weeks, you'll see the township crews and contractors out across Ramara completing a variety of seasonal maintenance activities, including roadside mowing, gravel road improvements, and dust control and line painting. This work is an important part of maintaining our road network, so please be wary when you see those vehicles out there and yield the right of way. Candidate Information Center. We partner with both Ormadani, I think Aurelia, and Severn on this. So I'd like to remind residents who may be thinking about running in the 2026 municipal election that a free candidate information session is being offered Wednesday, July 15th from 6 till 8 p.m. at the Rotary Place in Aurelia. This session is being held in partnerships with our neighbors and with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. This session will cover the roles, responsibilities of elected officials and the nomination process, candidate campaign finances, and more. For more information, please visit ramara.ca/elections. And one more, last Saturday, both Councillor Snutch and the Deputy Mayor and myself were at the Lake St. John Cottage AGM. It was a good turnout for a hot day. Some concerns, of course, around the flooding, and both Dave and myself has a list that we will be going through with staff to get them answers on their requests. Anybody else want to about Deputy Mayor?
Yep. I think Canada Day, I think quite a few of us were out and about. I think we had the Bayshore Parade, the Washago Parade. I got out to Lagoon City for a short period of time, but did miss the boat parade, but visited some folks out there. And then I fell asleep before the Joyland Beach barbecue. So I was done. So that was that. And the AGM and, of course, the car show this past Saturday at Lagoon City, the Grand Harbor Marina. It was fantastic. So
Perfect. Councillor Tuiu.
Thank you. Yes, as always, it was lovely to be included in the Severn Parade in Washago for Canada Day. It was a beautiful, but very hot day. On the 23rd, the Brecken Legion put on a beautiful dinner for our dedicated volunteers, and it was so lovely that we were able to recognize Les Davy for his 50 years of service. He really enjoyed San Martino's personal tour of the freshly renovated downstairs, highlighting the accessibility features and the beautiful woodwork of the bar. Thank you to San Martino for the tour and to the mayor for recalling some of the highlights of Les's tenure, taking care of the Longford Community Center and his beloved hognose snake, which always kept the mice at bay.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I was also at the volunteer dinner at the Legion on June 23rd. So I also want to thank all of our volunteers and our long-standing members. It was a great night. I also want to remark on some of those that were missing. So to the Ramara Township Public Library, Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission, rooted in Ramara, my congratulations to all of you for your volunteerism. And then a special shout out. Although they're not all committees of council, we do have our Historical Society for a few decades, more actually at this point, and our Brecken Lions. And so I think they should also be congratulated for their volunteerism. Canada Day, I did not make it all the way north. I was at the boat parade in Lagoon City, and then you may know a storm came through. So the better part of my afternoon was spent touring up and down the lakeshore and pulling trees off the road and doing that sort of thing to keep the community safe right in the moment. They were quite frightened. So that's how my day ended, but it was a fabulous day. And I guess the good thing was community came together. So we always love that. I want also to remark on Casino Ramara Resort, who on Thursday, July 9th, kicked off 30 years worth of celebrations and operation in our community, delivering employment, tourism, and giving back. So the casino has been an anchor for our region, and congratulations to Casino Ramara for that. And on a special note from the Chamber of Commerce and Ramara Experience Project, we appreciate the casino and all the partnering it does with us. And then that leads me right to July 13th, the Ramara Classic Car Show. So we hosted the show on Saturday, as Keith said, at the Marina. We had multiple vendors, tons and tons of volunteers and partners. The Legion has confirmed to me that this year they brought in the most they ever have in any of the last 14 years. So huge congratulations. And on that one, a special shout out. I was able to arrange for the Couchiching Ontario Health Team to be present. So we were able to hook up people to the Healthcare Connect system live. So if there's anybody who still has questions about that, you can dial 811. But thank you to the health team for being there all day and supporting our community.
Thank you. Councillor Goff, I think I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I was in attendance for the volunteer awards ceremony and dinner appreciation. It was a great time to actually sit down without the counselor hat on and be able to mingle among the different committees. Thank you again for our volunteers. Also, we did the Bayshore Village Canada Day parade with my grandkids sitting in the back of the truck with me waving, and they thought that was great. And we actually this year my grandkids were throwing out Rice Krispie squares packages and to all the kids, and it was actually amazing seeing how excited the kids that were watching when my grandkids threw out stuff. It was like a herd of wolves coming to grab them. And then we also did the Washago Canada Day parade, and my granddaughters, both of them, wanted to attend and actually hand out more Rice Krispie squares and treats. We handed out just in Washago probably around 200 Rice Krispie squares and ran out. But my grandkids thoroughly loved it and got the excitement and being proud Canadians. So it was a great time.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Great to hear. Any other counselors? Good. Thank you. So now this morning, we have a presentation and a much deserved for years of service to Bill Kaler for Emergency Management Program Committee. And on behalf of council and the EMPC committee, I'm pleased to extend our sincere appreciation and recognition for many years of dedicated service. Your commitment, sir, and insight and steady leadership have been a meaningful and lasting impact on the committee's work and overall success. Through your thoughtful contributions and consistent support of your colleagues, you have helped guide decisions, advance key initiatives, and strengthen our collective efforts. Your tenure on the EMPC committee has been distinguished not only by your expertise, but by your collaborative approach and your dedication to achieving positive outcomes. The knowledge and experience you brought to the group have been invaluable, and your contributions have played a significant role in shaping the committee's accomplishments. Bill, I think you were there from day one, and you brought a lot of very important information, and I want to thank you personally for all the years you put in helping us and keeping this community safe. Our entire emergency plan is based on the work that this committee does. And right from day one, when we formed our emergency management committee, Bill was there, and that steadfast, calm leadership that you brought. Again, thank you very much. Okay, thanks again, Bill, and we'll help him get on his way. So public and special meetings of council, I have none, but deputations, I do have one today. I've got Jen Dundas from Camp Cooching here regarding support for consideration of safety of the CLA2. Now, normally, this is not within our jurisdiction, and we wouldn't have a deputation on something outside our jurisdiction. However, as you've seen later in our agenda, you can see we are going to wade into it and try and lobby with the help of our MP, Adam Chambers. So we certainly want to welcome your input today and anything we can do. So whenever you're ready, Jen.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Presenting today with a request for support consideration for a safety review of CLA2, also known as Lake Country Airways, that's operating on Lake Couchiching. My name is Jen Dundas. I'm the Executive Director of Camp Couchiching. Next slide, please. We are an 80-year-old charity, and we're located in Longford Mills, Ramara Township. We do pay property tax. I know sometimes people feel charities don't, but approximately $50,000 in a year. Next slide, please. Just for orientation, Camp Couchiching is located within the yellow circle, and the yellow circle is really the area of the most significant concern of Camp Couchiching. But for orientation, we're about 3 kilometers north of Casino Rama. We're about 5 kilometers away from the Aurelia Ramara Airport on Lake St. John. And you can see we're tucked away just from the large orange line, which is the main Trent Severn waterway. Next slide, please. Zooming in and taking satellite images from Google Maps, Camp Kuchiching is highlighted in the kind of hot pink kind of color. In the little yellow circle is our canoeing and kayaking area. And so that's where our paddle sports, we also do stand-up paddle boarding. About 300 meters away is Lake Country Airways, CLA2, operating on the Cape Resort. We believe the relationship is that they are a renter of the owner of Cape Resort. But you can see that we're very close in. Oh yeah, zooming in. The blue circle, teal maybe, is our sailing area, and it's where most of our wind sports go. Next slide, please. The large yellow lines that you see are the predominant takeoff and landing spots, which we were told would be used by Lake Country Airways. And this will be for landing or for taking off. They vary based on wind direction and the way seaplanes work. The thin yellow line is where they taxi from their base to the takeoff or landing locations. So the green triangle is SR1. It's the channel marker with the green buoy, who everybody in the area kind of knows. The pink line kind of looks straight. It wouldn't really be straight, but that's when we do a swim, a distance swim to the green buoy back and forth. The blue squiggly line, that is where we do most of our sailing and windsurfing. And the purple squiggly lines, that's where we do most of our canoeing, kayaking, and stand-up paddleboarding. Next slide, please. Although we were told that the takeoff and landings, when the certain wind direction would be well off the Geneva Park Point, there have been instances where they're landing right next to Graham Side Road and right in front of the camp, to the point that some of our lifeguards on the swimming docks have felt the need to almost duck down because something just pops out of the trees. Next slide, please. Now, I don't have this exact map, but I'm trying to say that the public is the white squiggly line and also the people who live there. Of course, the lake is public area and everybody is there all the time. Camp Kuchiching is used to working around the general public. You can see the channel marker and how it overlaps with the general public's use. Next slide, please. One of the things that the Canada Shipping Act of 2001 clearly states in the collision regulations is that seaplanes are a vessel when on or over the water. To your right is a picture of the Camp Kuchiching, from the Camp Kuchiching sail dock. And you can see we only had one sailboat out, and then we have the planes landing, and this was before peak summer season. Next slide, please. So in writing, we were told that all vessels must yield to seaplanes due to their limited maneuverability. However, we feel this represents the marine rules for Canada for vessel hierarchy. Next slide, please. So they are positioning themselves, Lake Country Airways is positioning themselves in a RAM pecking order, and RAM stands for restricted in the ability to maneuver. And you can see that truly somebody who is in the RAM pecking order would have to have privilege over things that are sail or power driven. But we think that they fall into a different category using references in the Canada Shipping Act. Next slide, please. I won't read this one, super tax heavy, but you can see that the Canada Shipping Act collision regulations clearly states what is a restricted ability to maneuver. And I'll give you the punchline here. Seaplanes are not connected here. There is one reference to aircraft, but it's more like an aircraft carrier that the military would have. Next slide, please. So our fear in the current reality, people can look this up on YouTube. I apologize, Mayor Clark, if it seems like I'm adding extra work to tell you to look that up, but I also know I can't show a presentation. But the plane is in Vancouver Harbor. The plane was told there was a boat in front of them. They acknowledged that. And then the Beaver plane, which is similar to one of the planes at Lake Country Airways, CLA2, ran right over the boat. The people on the plane were minorly injured. The people on the boat were seriously injured. There was also an instance of a 16-year-old being killed on Lake Scugog by a seaplane last summer. Next slide, please. So these are the ways we're looking for support. The letter, that is really what we're looking for. Councillor Tuyu stated in the last meeting that a letter from the local authority carries significant weight, and that is what we would like you to discuss today. But also engaging in the conversations and letter writing with the governmental channels that are available to you and not available to us. There also is, because a seaplane is a vessel when on or over the water, there can be the consideration of the VORR application. Next slide, please. Again, I'm not going to read this to you, but Camp Kuchiching can't fill this in. The local authority, and that is what we would be looking for Ramara Township to consider this, to have staffers look into whether or not they can look at a vessel operating restriction regulation, because seaplanes are a vessel, even though we are consistently told they do not. I am not making up the Camp Kuchiching rules about seaplanes. This is the Canadian Shipping Act of 2001. Next slide, please. Here are some comments from our connected people to Camp Kuchiching. Our sailing instructor trainer it's crazy. All of a sudden the planes are there. They come up over the trees and they just are dropping in the area. Because of Doppler effect, we can't hear them. A 10-year-old camper who was a returning camper said, "Why are there so many planes this year? Is there going to be a war?" And that I can barely say out loud in this meeting. Eric Schendelman, who is a national water safety expert, we brought him in to help us with our water safety. And he said these planes are truly concerning in regard to taking off and landing with the camp next door. Next slide, please. We do have a change.org online petition. I want to say that it's not just people from afar who are making these comments. These are 4 examples of Ramara Township people who are saying this. Some of these people are in this group today as well. Next slide, please. Aurelia Matters has covered multiple articles on CLA2 for various reasons, and local residents are providing commentary. There's more articles this week. I have not been able to keep up on that commentary, but I hear there is lots of response as well. Next slide, please. Kelly Ewing is the owner of the local airport on Lake St. John. Equally concerning is the suitability of Lake Kuchiching itself for commercial seaplane operations and flight training. Unlike the protected bay operating environment at Lake St. John, Lake Kuchiching is one of the busiest recreational lakes in our region. Float planes have very limited steering and braking capability on the water, particularly during periods of strong wind and wave action, which Lake Country has already seen firsthand with an accident, making safe maneuvering considerably more difficult. Introducing repetitive flight training operations into this environment further increases the exposure to conflict between aircraft and recreational users on the lake. Next slide, please. The screenshot of the people watching the sunset, the point in land where the sun is setting is actually where CLA2 is located. It's where Camp Kuchiching goes to watch the sunset. When I submitted this presentation a week ago Sunday, there were 1,366 e-signatures on our online petition. We're at 1,550. The other screenshot I have is from June 18th. Adam Chambers represented Camp Kuchiching's petition to the Ministry of Transportation, as referenced in the last meeting here, that Ministry of Transportation or Transport Canada has 45 days to respond. We do not know of a response as of this time. I'd like to thank you, Mayor Clark, for the consideration and adding your official Ramara Township voice to the support of the local community.
Thank you, Jen. So thank you. You mentioned in the RAM order that you feel they should be in a different order. Like, you're right, they are vessels when they're on the water. But I question too, like if there's some large moving boats, I understand during taxi and landing, but if the waterway is not clear, they shouldn't be landing. They should be doing a flyover and circling back, right? But so where do you feel they fit in? I would think a sailboat would take priority over them, would it not?
Well, I just want to question where they're positioning themselves.
Yeah.
I'm not the expert to
Yeah.
choose who is privileged and who should cede priority, but I do not feel that we should be told every single one of our boats, which could be have an 8-year-old in it.
Mhm.
It could be have a novice paddler in it. I don't think every one of our boats should have to cede that. We have kept our programming very close to our own shoreline. We are not using the lake this year in the same way we have typically used the lake. I do feel a bit defeated by that, but I don't see the general public knowing that. I have been informed, but the general public are not informed. So they could be out in their kayaks. And we often see local people, the cottagers, the general public, they aren't always wearing the bright life jackets that we are, or have the boundary boats, or have backup sport. So I don't know that I'm the expert to answer that, but I do feel, I don't think we should automatically have to give way to their planes all the time.
Right, right. And well, I'm with you, and like, I know Lake St. John, I'm sure the cottagers are glad to see them gone, but I really question why, because Lake St. John was an ideal lake for this type of operation, and Lake Couchiching is known for waves and wind. I really personally question the change. It doesn't make sense. Councillor Goff and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you much on the same strain of what the mayor has been saying, is that my understanding has always been with vessels and boats, right? Sailboat basically has the right of way as long as they're in sail, as long as they're not under power. A plane is actually under power, so I would put them, where the sailboats have priority. And I know last council meeting, we did try to push this forward. Some members of us did, to waive the procedure bylaw, because time is of the essence with this. And I supported it last council meeting, thoroughly behind it, this one as well.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Jen. And thank you to all of the folks out there who have been in contact with me. I haven't maybe had the opportunity to see you, so I don't know who you are, but I do know you by your phone numbers and emails. So my appreciation to everybody who's been reaching out. I think the key that I've talked about with all those folks is having us all work together. So I think an important piece of this is seeing all of the affected municipalities. So I wonder if some of you are from Severn who've called me, but having Severn, Ramara, Aurelia, even all of us working together, I think that there's power in grassroots, and I think there's power in all of our communities joining forces on this. And my advocacy has been clear. I think some of the things we can do as a municipality start with that education. I also think we could come up and meet with the communities and the operator to learn better the lay of the land beyond me just taking a drive through. I think we could help you understand as a group what the municipality can and can't do, because not everybody knows what our rules are. And I think we could come up and talk to you about safety and how we might be able to mitigate in the event that something untoward happens. So I will keep advocating for those things for you. And I'm really proud of the work you've done. I think it's amazing that you have 1,300 signatures already. So congratulations. And, or sorry, 15. Yeah, 15 now. And I will use my kind of local channel too to promote that. So thank you to all of you. And thank you to everybody who reached out.
Deputy Mayor and then
Yep.
Councillor Tuyu.
I will I echo what a lot of people's opinion is here, that I think since I've been in, my whole philosophy is to get kids off screens and outside. And I think this is one of the most important things. That camp's been there for a very long time. Our kinsmen used to have a camp close by to there as well for kids with cystic fibrosis. So I am fully in support of seeing what we can do to support you in this effort.
Councillor Tuyu.
Thanks, and thank you for your presentation, Jen. Back in the Geneva Park days, this was actually the home of the renowned Ontario Sailing Centre. And back then, the local Navy League branch would bring the young cadets, ages 9 to 12, there to learn how to sail and acquire their sea legs. Given the ideal wind conditions, I'm so glad to see from your presentation that sailing is still one of the programs offered by Camp Couchiching, and that not all kids are interested in zipping around on jet skis.
And Dave, I think you had a few comments, and I know there's a notice motion coming later. You can see where the support's going to be for that. It was talked about moving it ahead last meeting, but we wanted to see your presentation first so that we could add that to the letter that we fully intend to send here. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks for coming in today and with all your supporters. It certainly sends a message. I've been down there quite a few times. I've seen 4 planes. I've seen 5 planes. I see them docked in the bay. Is anybody sort of keeping track of how many take off? I have no idea how many times they're using Swan Bay. Pardon? But is there, yeah, and are we keeping any stats or anything like that? Because obviously they're not just going to say, okay, that's fine, you've got a good point, we're going to move somewhere. They're going to fight us on whether or not they should be licensed or not. So we don't know how many flights have taken off or landed.
We do not, at Camp Kuchiching, we do not have an exact count. We have been trying to let our staff don't typically have their phones with them when they're watching the children, but we have been letting them take their phones out onto the boats when they're supervising, but we want them to supervise the kids. So we don't have them like phone to the sky while the campers are there. So we try to keep our supervision. We are trying to track whatever we can. We are trying to track the call numbers, I believe it's called, on the plane. However, we do know that some people in the local community have been tracking the flights when they know the flights. So, but it's typically, it starts around 8 a.m. and 7:30 sometimes, but they also have to be landed of 30 minutes past sunset.
Right.
And we do hear it up until about 10 o'clock at night right now.
Maybe reach out to the Lake St. John Airport because they can show you where to access it, because every flight, even training ones, have to be registered and logged in. So the federal government will know every flight that's taken off, because and it sounds like they're in the circuit, they're training, but you still have to file a flight path every single time. So there will be a record of how many, and I'm sure the airport can show you where to access that.
Yeah,
Yes,
I saw a low flying plane come across the other day. It came in on the other side of Swan Bay. So it came in from closer to from the north, and it came and was dropping down. So they're coming in they're landing into the south wind that we're doing there. Just on your map on the Trent Severn system, you've got the main channel marked on there, but you don't have the 2 side channels marked on there. And that would show that they are coming a lot closer to where you are, because they circle in between. I don't know the name of that island, but
yeah, Horseshoe Island is very close.
Yeah. And then the last thing, as I've been involved with this, I get the sense that there's a lot of people upset with this. I'm trying to figure out if there's a common group to go to, because everybody seems to sort of be working on their own thing. Have you sort of have an official status that you can update this, or what's this group called that's objecting? Because we've been very successful with community groups that speak out on whether it's quarries or whatever. And I just didn't know if you've got an official body, because we all seem to be communicating cross court. Do you have an official body or even a central system to communicate with all the people that are in this room?
We have been trying to create that. We are busy at Camp Kuchiching with operations at the same time. I'm here representing Camp Kuchiching today, but we have been talking, and I met a lot of people just in this room today. Some of those people have called or emailed me before, and I'm meeting them in person for the first time, but other people we didn't even know. So I do believe that we will be connecting with more of these people today and to become a body. I don't know official though, but maybe an unofficial advocacy. There are some of us that are trying to talk to each other to make sure we're not working at odds to each other and making sure we're working collectively, but it's not officially set, although we are working to connect and expand.
Yeah.
Camp Kuching is also looking to possibly host an open house of some sort in our hub property, which is the day camp property right next to the post office, to see if we can invite some people in. And of course, council would be invited as well.
And further what Councillor Bell said, I have received letters from people on Forest Avenue in Aurelia. I've received letters from people on Cumberland Beach in Severn. So it's definitely more than just Ramara that's being affected. Anyways, that's all I have for now.
Sorry, Councillor Bell, go
Thank
ahead.
you. Yeah, I just was going to comment, the individual or one of the individuals that I was speaking with in Severn is an individual who is trying to connect groups. So if that person, I can't say the person's name obviously, but if that person is in the room or listening later, maybe that's a good opportunity for you to connect and start getting this advocacy group working together, because I think the key is the collaboration. So hopefully that person's listening.
Go ahead, Dave. Mike.
Do you know if there's a process, if the federal government, are they going to look at this and obviously come with a ruling, but does that go to any type of appeal process, or does anybody know how the feds work on this stuff?
I do not on that, but what shocks me is the fact that this is a commercial. But like, it's anybody can land a plane on a lake and pull up your cottage. But this is a commercial operation, and I would have thought there would be some kind of formula when you move a commercial business from one location to another. There has to be some type of registry and some type of approval process, I would think. So that's something we're going to have to look into and see where the public input would, because even when an airport wants to extend the runway, there's public input that come into that. Again, this is a commercial business that's moved, so there should have been some kind of input.
In looking into how to create a water aerodrome, it seems much easier than how to create a camp. It just has to be, the operator has to look around and assess the suitability.
Okay.
So it's up to the operator to assess that. And then it falls under federal, so it's very difficult to have anything as compared to our operation.
Do we have any other questions for Jen? One more, go ahead, Dave.
That Jen brought forward in the letter that goes?
I believe that'll be up for discussion later in our agenda, but I'm actually, if we're through with Jen, I'll let her go, and then I wanted to take a 5-minute break to talk to my clerks about maybe shuffling our agenda around and deal with it now, because we have a long agenda today and there's a lot of folks here that would like to see this put to bed.
Okay.
So any other questions for Jen?
No, thank you, Jen.
With that, so could I just get council to move in second? We'll just take a 5-minute break and I can go over and chat with my clerks on how to proceed on this. Oh, okay, we'll do the open forum first, and then we'll see about if we'll shift up our agenda or not. Should have done that when we received the agenda, and I'm just thinking of it now, so I apologize. So I've got quite a few names, and most of them want to speak on the same issue. So is it, I'm trying to read the writing, Lisa Sharon, is it? Come on up, Lisa. And I got to remember myself, is it 2 minutes? Maximum of 10 minutes. Yeah, all right, perfect. And then I have Laurie Clementi next, but go ahead whenever you're ready.
There, could you hear me now?
Yes, whenever you're
Yes.
ready.
Thank you and good morning.
Oh, it's 1 minute. I'm sorry, because there's
1
10
minute.
of us.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. That's
Maybe
okay.
somewhere in between the two.
Yeah,
Thank you
well,
and good morning. Honorable Mayor and members of council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Clearly, this is an issue that has seized the community and brought us together. So we're very grateful to speak to it today. I am Lisa Sharon. I'm a resident in Ward 1 on Quarry Point Road, and I'm here to support the motion regarding the new aerodrome on Lake Couchiching. There is no question that this commercial float plane operation is located in the worst possible place. Jen Dundas demonstrated that very ably today. Novice pilots practice landing in a highly populated lake and a bay filled with boaters and children from Camp Couchiching. The fact that Transport Canada allowed this to happen with just cursory oversight is unacceptable. the fact that local governments such as yourself and your nearby fellow jurisdictions had no say in any aspect of this commercial operation is unacceptable. Thus, your letter is extremely important. However, it must be strong and hard-hitting and emphasize that the township's safety concerns must be heard. Not that, don't worry, it's outside your jurisdiction, leave it to Transport Canada to take care of. You can't accept that. In fact, we heard much encouragement today that we connect with other jurisdictions that are affected. I would urge that you do so as well as a municipality, that you reach out to Severn and Aurelia.
Thank you, Laura.
I urge you to use any means possible as the local authority, also to have eyes on Camp Resort and the operations of the airways, and to advocate with Transport Canada. Please support today's motion and keep our lakes safe for all. The bottom line, this flight school must relocate to a more existing, safer location.
Okay,
Thank you
Lisa.
very much.
So I have Laura Clemente and Bob Brown right after. So Laura, come on up whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Laura Clemente. I also reside on Quarry Point Road, and I'm here to support the motion tabled by Councillor Snutch and to ask Council as a local authority to lobby Transport Canada to close the aerodrome on Lake Couchiching. Last summer, a 16-year-old boy standing on a dock in Lake Scugog was killed by a plane attempting to land. A landing gone horribly wrong. The plane crashed into 2 docks and a boat. Can you imagine if that plane had landed in Swan Bay, a bay filled with children from Camp Couchiching, along with swimmers from Moonlight Bay Park, boaters, skiers, fishermen, sailors, waterboarders? Would you want your children or grandchildren in this bay? Would you want to play in this bay? This summer, we have planes piloted by inexperienced people landing in that bay. 3 times using a landing route that is extremely alarming and could have disastrous consequences. Add unpredictably high winds that Lake Couchiching is famous for to this scenario, and you have an accident waiting for it to happen. This is absolutely outrageous. I am amazed Transport Canada has approved this aerodrome to operate in such a highly density recreational area as Lake Couchiching. To allow a commercial operation of this magnitude that comes with such significant and potentially dire consequences is actually appalling. There are many reasons why this aerodrome should be shut down: noise, environmental concerns, property value, lifestyle, and more. But the most crucial concerns are for the safety of the people on this lake and for the future of a charity camp that has operated on the shores of Lake Couchiching for over 80 years. The time for action is now. As a local authority, it is imperative Ramara Township Council lobby Transport Canada to stop this aerodrome's operations. The reasons for this aerodrome not to reside on Lake Couchiching are so glaringly obvious, it would be unconscionable if Ramara Township does not advocate for its constituents and avert any future accidents, maybe like Scugog, from happening again. Thank you so
Thanks,
much
Laura.
for listening.
I think you can tell I'm allowing folks to go a bit over time because you're excellent speakers and you just got so much that we need to hear. So Bob Brown, come on up and try and keep it short. But like I said, you got some tough acts to follow here, Bob. So go ahead.
I'd like to thank council and I would like to thank the mayor for allowing us to speak today. I want you to talk about Diane and I were going into the marina, which is Ojibwe Bay. And quite frankly, we were coming in and there was an airplane 40, 50 feet above us coming in and going, holy shit, you didn't, excuse my French. I didn't hear the airplane and I didn't hear anything. We came in and we went, holy crap, what happened? That was one thing. And the second was, quite frankly, we've got a place on Horseshoe Island, and we also have a place in 8 Maple Drive. The middle of the cottage, I would say 100 feet off the dock. You could see the pilot clearly inside the plane. I'm just going to speak to the fact that if you have one concern, go to the Ministry of Transport. If you can, please do it. That's my first chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. So I have Bruce Jackson, followed by Deborah Rosser. So go ahead, Bruce, whenever you're ready.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name is Bruce Jackson. My wife and I reside at the end of Airport Road, Lake Couchiching. We have a full view of the aerodrome from our dock, as well as the takeoffs and the landings of float planes. In mid-May, my family and I were out boating near Cape Resort when a float plane flew past the front of our boat no more than 500 feet from our bow. They did not have a clear view because they were on the south side of Cape Resort, and they came out of that direction, and we were coming south. And they were no more than 500 feet. They could not have gone one way or the other. It was an accident waiting to happen. On July 3rd at approximately 3:45 p.m., a float plane flew directly over a house no more than 150 feet in height. I could see the numbers on the plane quite clearly, ending in EWG. Our neighbors have had similar experiences, float planes making their landing approaches directly over their homes. On July 9th, a white and red float plane flew past our 50-foot dock, no more than 150 feet at about 30 feet above the water. This close proximity must have violated aeronautic rules and regulations. I was an RCMP officer for over 40 years. While posted in Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, a float plane struck a sailboat and killed the sole occupant there. I was assigned to drag the water for the victim. That incident and that experience will always stay with me. And it speaks for itself. There are many reasons why a float plane base should not be located at the camp resort area in that bay. Primarily, it is the safety of the area's full-time residents, cottagers, boaters, and particularly the 2 children's camps beside the float plane base. Takeoffs and landings on water are inherently very risky. We cannot pass that risk on to the children trying to enjoy their camping, swimming, and sailing lessons in what they and their parents truly believe is a safe environment. We must protect them. Please ensure that the aerodrome is removed for all the reasons that were given. Personally, I made an Access to Information and Privacy Act application to Transport Canada for the original application, if there exists one, for that aerodrome, that new aerodrome. I have only received one reply from Transport Canada, and that was to ask for an extension so they could consult with third parties. I don't know who the third parties are, but I will let everybody know involved with that when that comes in.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you for the time.
And thank you for your service as an RCMP as well, sir. Deborah Rosser.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Rosser. I am a resident of Quarry Point Road. I share the concerns that have already been expressed this morning by both Lisa Sharon and Laura Clemente. And I'm not going to go over those details again. I am very concerned about safety. The owner of the aerodrome has stated that swimmers and boaters must yield to seaplanes, which is both misleading, dangerous, and demonstrates a complete disregard for public safety. This is pilot training facility. Is this what pilots are being trained to do? To ignore what's on the water in front of them and just land the plane or take the plane off, especially as they're ferrying tourists around who are paying for this service. I'm also aware of an email that was sent to a fellow resident by Transport Canada, claiming that they've done 2 surveys, neither of which were done at the height of the summer season when the area is extremely busy with all kinds of marine traffic. As outlined in this email of June 6th, these surveys appear to focus specifically on air traffic and show no information on how marine traffic is to be addressed in this very busy bay. Swimmers, boaters of all varieties should not have to be concerned for their safety when airplanes are coming and going in this area. So please support the motion. I thank you for your support of this motion, and I reinforce Lisa's request that you make this really strongly, because at this point, Transport Canada seems to be blowing this off, and they can't. We have to make them accountable for their own regulations and stop this business either from growing any further or shut it down completely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And on the same subject, I have Leanne Spong. Leanne, here, come on up.
I was a last minute addition today because it's an interesting position that I'm in. Bit of a conflicting position. You'll see why. I come from a family of aviators. My roots are in aviation for a long history of our family, along with float planes. I have family that operate a flight school operations in another county, but within Ontario. So aviation isn't just in my history, it is in my familial blood. And I understand the operational challenges, but there is one area where I am never conflicted, and that is safety. Lately, I've witnessed dangerous patterns from my home that must stop. I share Longford Mills Road entrance with Camp Couchiching, and I'm on the shores of Lake Couchiching, so I see this often. On May 17th, I watched 2 float planes taxi simultaneously on either side of a cuddy cabin. That's a boat with a sleeping berth below, leaving its occupants completely vulnerable. If someone was in that water, I did see the occupants on the boat. If someone was in that water, where would you go? If you were swimming around that moored boat, they're coming on both sides at the same time. I do have that on video. On June 23rd, I witnessed a float plane land dangerously close to a lone, unsuspecting kayaker. That kayaker was traveling in a northeasterly direction, and that float plane landed in behind that kayaker. With the Doppler effect, that kayaker did not hear that float plane approaching, and I wouldn't have seen it until it was taxiing past. I have that on video. And on July 1st, a plane descended southwesterly directly over my home, but crossing over Camp Couchiching so low that I saw a lifeguard on the dock physically duck for cover. I addressed that specific incident with the pilots that day to ensure I could do my best to try and prevent that from happening again. So I did go and have some words. But this is a systemic failure of oversight. Whether we are discussing the documentation that is available to all in the Canada Flight Supplement or CFS, or the enforcement even of noise abatement procedures in NAPS that should be outlined, we lack the integrated reporting necessary to hold these operations accountable. If these activities are not officially registered and visible in those type of systems that are designed to track them, then they essentially do not exist to the regulators. We cannot manage what we do not measure. We need a culture where safety is a matter of record and rigorous documentation, not just a matter of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. So I have 2 more speakers, but on a different item. So I got Michael O'Brien on 11.51. I think, come on up, Michael. Which one is that? That's the water financial plan. I think you're coming to speak on, Michael.
Good morning, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Councilors. My apologies for speaking on another subject, but it was on the agenda today. Whenever there's something about financials, it always piques my interest. In this particular case, looking through the water financial plan, I noticed that it mentions the reserves, which I've been looking for a long time. So we can see information here that was, I think, last presented back in 2020. And I'm just wondering if going forward, we can try to keep this information as part of our financial statements more visible to the public. Just in the other part of it that I liked was that, sorry, just looking at my thing, this document assumes no growth. And that's, I think, one of the problems we've had in the past. We've always done financial statements and planning, assuming we're going to get this magical growth that's going to save everything. It hasn't happened. And we'll perhaps spend more than we needed to, hoping that would happen. So I'm just glad to see it there. I do wonder if there's a comparable document in the past or planned in the future that relates to the wastewater. I'm sure we need to get our licenses renewed for that, which is the reason for this. And if there is, I'd like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And lastly, I have Robert Lee on 11.54, which is the Florence turnaround. Come on, Robert, whenever you're ready. As I said, folks, a heavy agenda today. So,
thank you, Your Worship. And councilors, Dana. Dana knows what we're here to speak about, but for all intent and purposes, we have a very difficult situation on Florence Avenue. We've been identified out of 157 dead-end situations in the township. We're number one. And we're number one from the standpoint that it greatly affects all of our services on that road if we do not have something done as soon as possible. What we would like to have seen done, what was proposed and offered back in 2023. It was not followed up at that point, and here we are with a real stymie as far as services being offered. We're not just talking garbage. We're just not talking snowplow. We're talking emergency services on our road. So I will keep it to a minute, Mayor Clark, but for all intent and purposes, I think it's very, very important that something be done as soon as possible. But our greatest fear, and I speak for everybody on Florence Avenue, actually even back to Paget, because there is no real turnaround along that whole stretch, is that the interim will be done and then it'll get buried. That can't happen. It's got to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just looking at my clerk now, any suggestions for me about changing the agenda, which I know we should have done when we passed the original motion?
Through the chair, so we do have a stipulation in our procedure bylaw that would allow us to temporarily suspend the meeting rules to move the order of agenda. It does require a 2/3 majority vote, which in this case, because there's 7 members here, would be 5 out of the 7 members. It's not debatable or amendable, but the chair may permit a brief explanation by the mover of the motion or to explain the effect of the suspension. I do have a motion drafted if council would like to consider that, and let me know if there's any changes you would like to see.
Yes, I'll get you to read the motion. We'll get it on the floor. And again, it's a beautiful day. Let's deal with this issue and these folks can be on their way. So we'll get it up and I'll look for a mover in a second.
Yes. So through the chair, just to clarify, we do have 2 items that are on the agenda later in the meeting. The first is the deputation motion, which is just currently to receive the deputation from Ms. Dundas as information. And then item 16.5.1 is the council motion with the notice previously given. So I've included both of those here. So what I have drafted right now is that in accordance with section 3.4 of the Township of Ramara Procedure Bylaw 2025.23, suspending the meeting rules, council hereby temporarily suspends the rules to immediately move item 16.3 deputation motions and item 16.5 council motions notice previously given before item 9 minutes.
Okay, could I move by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch? I need 2/3. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. So that's carried. Why don't we deal with the deputation? Just to receive your deputation, we'll do that motion first, and then we'll go on to the notice of motion. Motion which notice has been previously given. I have to word that correctly.
Through the chair, so this is item 16.3.1, which is the deputation motion. That the deputation from Jen Dundas of Camp Coochin regarding support consideration for a safety review of CLA 2 be received as information.
Moved by Counselor Bell, second by Counselor Goff. Any questions? If more, not all in favor? Carried. Thank you. So now we will jump ahead to the notice of motion. Motion which notices has been previously given. So it is moved and seconded, but there may be amendments once it's on the floor.
So through the chair, the motion that was put on the agenda was moved by David Snutch, seconded by Dana Tuyu, that the mayor be authorized on behalf of the council of the Township of Ramara to send correspondence to Transport Canada, the Minister of Transport, Simcoe North MP Adam Chambers, and the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, requesting a review of operational safety as soon as possible during the 2026 summer season for the Lake Country Airways Water Aerodrome location on Ramara Road, including adequacy of flight paths, impacts to recreational water activities such as boating, swimming, and canoeing/kayaking, and that the correspondence also express encouragement for consultation with the local community prior to approving docking sites for water aerodrome locations, and that the Chippewas of Ramara First Nation be copied on the correspondence.
All right. Your motion, sir. Would you like to speak on it first, and then I'll open it up to the table.
The only thing I would say, at some point, we may have to bring in an expert, as I say, to represent and tell us how to fight or how to negotiate this with the feds. So I think we can leave that up for later, but I mean, there's going to have to be a master game plan and somebody who knows aviation like the back of their hand to guide us through. So maybe possibility of after the letter goes out that we wait for a response. If it doesn't come quickly, then we've got to seek some outside advice on getting some professional advice on how we could do it. I'm sure this has happened to other communities somewhere, and we got to find out how they fought the situation.
Thank you. I'll go to the seconder for comment and then open it up.
Thank you. It was mentioned in the deputation and in a few of the comments that input from additional stakeholders would be helpful. I know that in the original motion that we had stipulated that we copy the Chippewas of Ramara First Nation on the correspondence, but I'm just wondering if we should ask staff to reach out to Ramara First Nation for a statement. I don't want to speak for Ramara, but in a recent conversation with Chief Williams and a joint conversation with MP Chambers, he indicated that no one has spoken for them on the aerodrome issue. And they also have concerns on a more environmental basis, as well as safety. So their ability to fish, noise impacts, and how it would affect boating.
Okay, I'll open up the floor now. Councillor Goff, then Councillor Bell.
Well, I actually, we've sat around here today and we've heard, and we've mentioned that we should be reaching out to our neighbors, Severn, Arroyo, not just our First Nation neighbors. So I'd like to include that we reach out and ask for their support
as well. So I can add that my request to the Chief Williams if he would support this as well. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Yes, that's exactly what I was going to recommend, is that we add a few things to the motion. So that being one of them, but I think it's more than just an outreach. I think it's potentially a working group that includes Aurelia, Ramara, Severn. We have quite a few Severn folks who are impacted as well. And so I think we need to work with all communities. I also think the voice is more powerful the more of us work together. So I think it's more than a letter. And I think we need to have a working group potentially who can assist all this group and potentially with an expert as Councillor Snutch is recommending, so that we best represent what all 4 municipalities are experiencing. And the other things I mentioned this morning, meeting with the community to help them understand what the municipality can and can't do, meeting with emergency services so that the communities understand what would happen in the event that something untoward happens, because this is all new for all members. So I think there's a few things we can add to the motion about having a public meeting or a working group that that helps us better design an action plan and a strategy and a communications plan, because again, we've learned that there isn't enough communication in general to people who are using that area, whether it's the camps or other members of the public, so that they understand what's happening. So I think we have multiple different pieces to this, and it might take some time to architect a motion. So maybe that break isn't a bad idea. And I know we're at committee of the whole, so I'm not forming this in the frame of an amendment at this moment.
No, we're in council.
Oh,
This
sorry,
is council.
yeah, we haven't left yet. That's right. And so I think we need a few pieces to amend this so that we include a more fulsome approach to how we can assist.
I would suggest we get the letter out also and circulate it, but then a separate motion if we want to go one step farther. One thing I wanted to include in the letter when I send it, and I don't know if I need to amend it, would be what consultation, if any, was done when they created this commercial aerodrome, because that's what it is. So certainly in the letter, I'm going to want to hear from Transport Canada if they did consult at all before creating this aerodrome, and if so, what in what form, where and when. So that would be part of the request, and then probably a separate motion on next steps forward, which includes sitting down with the Chippewas, especially. I think if they endorse this, it could really help us a lot at the federal level. Dave?
I think we also have to be very careful if we're going to involve other townships. The old thing, never ask a question if you don't know the answer. What would happen if we send these off to Aurelian and Severn and they go, no, we absolutely support this 100%. We have to think about those next steps. And I think the idea of sending the letter, we can CC them.
Yeah. But
then we come back and, as Councillor Bell was saying, then we put a game plan together, which we think is going to get us the desired results. But we can't, unless you want to phone the mayors ahead of time and see if they're going to be supportive of it.
I will.
But I'm just saying, be careful, because as you expand out, you get weaker and weaker advocacy, and they may say, oh, well, okay, if they're going to limit it to 2 planes a day, it doesn't bother me or whatever. So we just have to think it through. And so I caution, I think what we should do maybe is have once that letter comes back, we'll assess it, and then we get a working group together, which includes some of the people here, and we can come up with a win strategy.
So why don't we pass the motion, let me get the letter drafted, and then at the next committee of the whole, we can have a discussion on next plans forward. I'm looking to see what I need to include that in the motion, or can we just bring it for a discussion?
We don't need to. We just bring it
I
up
think
when
we
the
can
letter
bring
comes
it.
in.
Yeah. You would like to see the letter before it's sent?
No, well, I'll gladly give my input for sure.
Yeah. I'm just looking for direction here from.
So through the chair, there's been a few amendments discussed. So I've heard that there may be an amendment put forward to copy the correspondence to surrounding county of Simcoe municipalities and the Chippewas of Ramara First Nation. And then as far as bringing a report forward to the committee of the whole meeting, right now, what I would need to know is how that would get on the next committee of the whole agenda. So we have this on this meeting's agenda as it was a notice of motion. As this is a matter that's not typically within the township's jurisdiction, we would just need to consider how that would be on the next agenda for August 10th, whether that's via a report from a member of council, or if there's another avenue that the council wishes to consider.
You want to tie that to this motion or do a separate motion for that one?
Through the chair, if it's the desire from this motion to refer that to the next agenda, we could include that with this one, or a member could bring forward an inquiry motion for the next agenda if there's a seconder.
All right. That might be the cleaner way on that one. Let's get the letter sent, and then let's see
if we leave the motion the way it is, then what we can do is get it done today or this week. We wait for the response. There's no issue with CCing people, but we don't need a motion to go through with that, and you make your phone calls and let them know. We can't plan because we don't know what the response is going to be.
All right. So wait on the response. Councillor Bell, and then CO Jackson, did you have some input?
Through you, your worship, I was just going to concur insofar that perhaps you may want to wait for the response back to the letter, and then that would be part of your agenda moving forward.
Perfect. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. The concern, though, with leaving this for another month is that takes us to, we only have one meeting scheduled for August. So what we're saying is we wouldn't be able to take any actions for a month. And I think parts of this can be done long before a month. So a working group might be a future aspect of it. Sending the letter today, I agree that should, as a result of today, should happen. But some of the other pieces, engaging with the public and presenting an emergency plan and increasing communication about what's happening could certainly and should move forward today. If we wait a month, that's 4 more weeks of swimmers in the water and 4 more weeks of risk. So I think some of this should happen today. However, we managed to do that. We can put a motion on the floor separately. It doesn't have to be tied to the letter, but I think it's important that we do the pieces that we have the ability to do that are within our purview as a municipality.
Okay, so on the motion it is, I think the only thing to add is that we copy. I got more hands. So Councillor Fisher hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead.
Thank you. One agency that we might want to consider, since we're adding agencies too, is NAV Canada, who are in charge of like the flight paths and different things like that. They might, because they weren't included in the original.
NAV Canada, yes. Councillor Tui.
Thanks. I agree regarding the expediency of this. I have timeline concerns, given also that the busy summer camp season has started, and also that MP Chambers tabled this petition on June 16th, and the Minister of Transport has 45 days to respond. So would our letter need to arrive necessarily before that time period is over? And then the second issue, while you were sort of doing some asking around of things, I'm very curious, and a few of the newspaper articles it states that the reason Lake Country Airways moved from Lake St. John to Lake Couchiching is because the ORRA did not renew the lease. In addition, the owners and operators of Lake Country Airways are banned from the airport property. I would like to know why, what the concerns are.
I don't know if we'd be allowed to know, but yeah, if it's land, we can ask. Can't hurt, but I would do that as a separate. Let's get our letter sent. Let's get it drafted and copy. So you have an amendment just who we're going to copy with the letter, and then we'll get that approved. Dave.
I would just like to caution everyone one more time. If we start sending out letters to NAV Canada, we could be building a case for them, because then they got a NAV Canada letter, which we know, unless it goes through the political side, they're going to come back and say that they approved everything according to the So let's be careful at who we get involved until we figure out our win strategy.
I think you need the response, so.
Yeah, we do. Send the letter, let's get the response.
Okay, do you have an amended motion for me, Rebecca? And then we'll.
Through the chair, just to confirm the parties who would be included, so the surrounding county of Simcoe municipalities, the Chippewas Ramara First Nation, and then do we want to include NAV Canada with this, or include that as a separate consideration for council?
Leave them in. Yep. All right.
So the amendment as drafted is that the motion before council be amended as follows: replace and that the Chippewas Ramara First Nation be copied on the correspondence, with and that the correspondence be copied to surrounding county of Simcoe municipalities, the Chippewas Ramara First Nation, and NAV Canada. We would need a mover and a seconder for this amendment, and then a vote, and then we would take a vote on the motion as amended if
So
successful.
the amendment, Councillor Goff, Councillor Bell, all in favor, is carried, and the main motion as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? That was unanimous as well. So thank you. So. We will take a break now and let everybody kind of clear out. We'll clear our heads and see what direction.
The chair will just need a mover and a seconder.
Yeah, we need to vote on the break. 5 to 11.
Just need a mover and a seconder.
Okay, mover by Joe for 11 o'clock, second by Sherry. All in favor. 11 o'clock, folks. As soon as I get Nate back, we'll go live. He's looking for the deputy mayor outside. We have the minutes and then we go into committee of the whole, then in to do the parks and waterways and the other land issues. Yeah. Okay. I need Nate to get live. He's just on his way back. Okay, Nate, we can go live whenever you're ready. Yeah. Yeah, you can. You're just sticks on. We are live, so I'll look back to my clerk, confirm I still have my quorum.
Yes, I can confirm you have quorum.
So we have the minutes, consolidated minutes for the last couple meetings, and then we'll break into committee of the whole. So we'll do the minutes first. Go ahead, Rebecca, Madam Clerk.
Now, the minutes of the following meetings be adopted as presented. Council meeting minutes dated June 22nd, 2026. Council meeting closed session minutes dated June 22nd, 2026. Special council meeting regarding ongoing file updates in 2023 to 2026. Strategic plan progress minutes dated June 29th, 2026. And special council meeting regarding ongoing file updates in 2023 to 2026. Strategic plan progress closed session minutes dated June 29th, 2026.
Okay, moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Goff. Questions arising from the minutes? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I'll look for the motion to recess into committee of the whole.
That council recess and convene as committee of the whole at 11:03 a.m.
Moved by Councillor Snatch, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. And now we did need to win the camera for an appointment and a couple land issues. So look for the motion.
That pursuant to section 239(4) of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, Chapter 25, notice is hereby given that the Committee of the Whole intends to hold a closed session meeting in the Richard P. Bates Boardroom at 11:03 a.m. to deal with item 10.2.1 regarding appointment of a new commissioner to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission, item 10.2.2 Township of Ramara Industrial Park potential purchase and sale, and item 10.2.3 an open road allowance Balsam/Cortland/Patricia Drive intersections. Being matters pursuant to sections 239(2)B, personal matters by an identifiable individual. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality. And F, advice subject to solicitor client privilege of the said act.
Okay, moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by the deputy mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, we'll see you shortly. We're live, so then I'll look to my clerk. We still have our quorum.
Through the chair, yes, I can confirm you have quorum.
Thank you. So then we have the motion to rise.
That committee of the whole rise from closed session at 11:55 a.m. and reconvene in open session and report.
Okay, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. We have three motions now.
Through the chair, the first motion is in relation to closed session item 10.2.1. This is appointment of a new commissioner to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission. The motion before committee of the whole is as follows. That report CD 1626 dated July 3rd, 2026 regarding appointment of a new commissioner to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission be received, and that council directs staff to arrange for a special meeting of council to interview the applicants for the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission vacancy. And that report CD 1626 be referred to the July 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. Next one.
Through the chair, this is in relation to closed session item 10.2.2, which is the Township of Ramara Industrial Park potential purchase and sale. The motion is as follows. That report CS 2026 regarding Township of Ramara Industrial Park potential purchase and sale be received, and that staff be directed to proceed with the exploratory next steps or buyback options for the Township of Ramara Industrial Park pending council's future consideration and approval. And that report CS 2026 be referred to the July 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Counselor Fisher. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion was carried. Thank you. And 10.23.
Through the chair, so yes, this is related to closed session item 10.2.3, which was the unopened road allowance at the Balsam/Cortland Patricia Drive intersections. And the motion before committee is as follows. That report CS 1926 regarding unopened road allowance Balsam/Cortland Patricia Drive intersections be received, and that the confidential direction provided staff be adopted, and that report CS 1926 be referred to the July 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried as well. Thank you. So now we are in board and committee reports. So we're 11.41, and that's the municipal buildings demolition next door. Before we read that rather lengthy motion, I'll open up any questions or comments from members of, Melissa, go ahead, lead us off.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the purpose of this report is to provide council with the demolition costing as well as proposed framework for a request for information process to explore future opportunities for the buildings in response to council's previous direction. Staff are recommending that demolition be considered through the 2027 budget process while proceeding with an RFI to gauge interest and identify future opportunities for the properties, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll start. Any questions? Counselor Goff.
As part of the demolition, are we removing the septic bed and all that at the same time?
I would assume yes, but we're looking at
never
Laura,
assume.
General Manager.
Through you, your Mr. Worship or Mr. Mayor. At this point, I'd have to double check what we had in scope, but it would be part of what we would consider at the time. Yes.
No, that gets rid of that wall and everything wouldn't be required anymore. We could level the lot down. Any other questions? Counselor Bell.
Thank you. I just want to remind that the February 26th engagement did not produce a clear mandate to demolish the buildings. It came back at 26.4% moving and renovating and 24.9% for demolition. And part of the discussion then was maintaining some of the historical aspects, whether the rocks themselves could form something like a cenotaph or whatever they could be used for from St. Andrews Hall, and then the appropriate pieces from the Standard Bank. So I don't see that in there. And then I do have concerns about the financial pieces. We've already invested substantially in the buildings, and somewhere along the way, something changed in our language and the narrative around the buildings, which were initially purchased to become part of the municipal offices, however that was going to be, whether they were connected or not connected, but they were going to house the library and other municipal kinds of services, potentially meeting halls and that sort of thing. And now the conversation changed as this moved forward in these past months and started talking about things like housing and other things. And so what I'm looking at right now is we've spent a substantial amount of money to buy them. And somewhere along the way, the scope and the idea changed, but I don't know how, because it never came in front of council as a decision that they were no longer for municipal purposes. And then we moved forward with engagement that came back and said, we don't necessarily want to tear them down. And so now we're talking about spending $500,000 and repointing a grant that was supposed to help us turn them into buildings to be used for municipal services. And it was supposed to be the catalyst for our future downtown Brecken. So now what we have is a report that's coming back and saying, you're going to spend a lot more money to take them down. And I'm not even sure where we're going. Why wouldn't we just sell them where is, as is, and take that loss versus add another $500,000 to our losses? Like, I just don't know where we're going with this. And I don't even think it's answering all of the questions that were raised.
So your suggestion would be?
I don't like same day ratification either. I never do. And so I'll probably oppose just based on same day ratification. But I don't even really understand what we think we're going to do. So we know it's going to cost $500,000, and then we're going to go to the province and hope that they're okay with us repositioning where that grant that we received in the first place is going to go. So therefore, if we don't get the grant, then we're going to foot that whole $500,000 to take them down. And then we're just going to have no municipal building, no place for the library. We're out another $500,000 and we've got a beautiful empty piece of land.
What? So your suggestion would be? I'm still waiting.
I think so, as is, where is, and let somebody else who buys it worry about taking the buildings down and doing all those other things. And we're just adding to our losses here. That's all I'm seeing. The ticker just keeps climbing.
Okay. Melissa.
If I could, through you, Mr. Mayor. So a few things just to clarify. So this was council's direction, was to explore this and do community consultation. There is no council direction that this would be, those buildings would be necessarily a library or a community hub. And then further, with respect to the RFI, that doesn't stop from us necessarily selling those properties. It is a request for interest.
Yeah. Any other questions? Not seen any, so I'll get the motion read then. Rebecca?
Through the chair, that report AD 1226, Brecken Municipal Buildings Demolition Costing and Request for Information / Request for Proposal Framework we received. And that staff be directed to include the demolition of the municipally owned buildings located at 2287 and 2291 Highway 12 Brecken within the proposed 2027 budget for consideration. And that staff be directed to proceed with a request for information RFI process regarding the future opportunities for the municipally owned properties located at 2287 and 2291 Highway 12 Brecken, generally in accordance with the framework attached at Schedule A to Report AD 1226. And that staff be authorized to engage Collier's project leaders to develop and administer the request for information process in accordance with the township's procurement of goods, services, and construction bylaw. And that council authorize the expenditure of up to $19,000 plus HST for consulting services related to the development and administration of the request for information process to be funded from capital project capital buildings. And that staff report back to council with the results of the request for information.
I have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snatch. Any other comments? All in favor? Yes. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Do we need to amend the septic thing? Like to put that in here or not?
Go to Melissa.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, we do not. We would include that in the scope of work. It would be through a procurement process, right, with a defined scope as part of that.
All right, good.
Councillor Bell.
I just want to I don't see here that maintaining piece or retaining pieces of the historical is here. We've talked about it, but I don't see it.
It's in the report. Yep. It's in the report. Melissa?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, it is in the report under heritage considerations, and it would be based on the scope that we put out for RFP at the time of demolition, if that is what council chooses to do as part of budget.
Yeah. Again, that'll be the choice of the incoming council. Gail, something to clarify, and then I'll go to Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification and to address Councillor Bell's concern, this is not up for same-day ratification. It will go forward to the August 10th meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding something, so maybe some clarification. Are we today with this saying we want to tear it down and then decide what we're going to do? Or this is just to get the information to council to say, yes, this is who wants to do whatever with the building, whether move it, tear it down, whatever. That's what we're trying to do right now, is engage what we could do with those buildings. That's what you're asking for today?
Melissa, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So we're looking at two pieces here. We're looking at bringing towards budget for consideration at that time, which gives us time to get that put there and then also do the RFI so that we can understand before council makes a decision at budget time what that interest looks like for the properties.
And again, it'll be next year's council that'll look at the numbers when it all comes in. Again, on the motion, all in favor? Opposed of any? That is carried. Thank you. 11.42, which is suggested motion of report. Oh, go ahead. I'll get the motion read. Rebecca.
Through the chair, that report AD 1326 regarding feasibility of garbage collection services tax rebate be received as information.
Yeah, the on this one, the rebate it's a county issue. It's not us at all. Go ahead, CAO Jackson.
Through Your Worship, certainly, yes. The report before you just is to be received as information. This was a matter that was brought forward. The county was very kind to provide background information as well as the application form, which is all attached to the report for any members of the public that were interested in pursuing this opportunity from the county.
Questions?
Yeah, no. I was just going to say there was no intention in my inquiry to have Ramara subsidize additional for non-garbage collection. It was just to get the information out because we know that a lot of the people in Lagoon City get subsidies from County of Simcoe in the townhouse buildings. And I just want to make sure in the procedure for people to get it, since we are being cut off on garbage removal on certain streets. So that was the scope of it.
Yeah, and of course that has changed too, since the new contract, now recycling is done by the province. So we're not going to give a rebate on something that the province has to do. So Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, and I think in addition to that, the province also doesn't cover multi-residential, so they won't be covering that at all.
It still covers green bins and garbage.
They've expanded the green bins now to multi-residential, so that's going out as well. So that's going to be added on as an added service.
So how are they doing that in Lagoon City?
I've already spread some of the information from county out, and they have a lot of information online as well. I would recommend people go there and find out when it's coming to their areas and how they're expanding it.
Okay, yeah, we'll have a look.
Councillor Bell, comment.
Thank you. So to be clear, I already had all of this information and I have already shared it with multiple condos. So I appreciate that somebody else put the motion on the floor, but the condos know this, and some have chosen the organics and some have not because they don't quite still understand that without doing the organics, they lose all subsidy. And my understanding from my conversation with county is that this rebate may not continue anyway. And for now it's continuing, but it may not continue. So while this is, this is where we are at this particular moment and we're receiving the report. I think that at some time the folks in Lagoon City would probably want to understand, since they pay taxes on their properties and these services are delivered to single family, how are their taxes apportioned differently when they're not receiving the services? So this report doesn't do any kinds of analysis on that aspect of it. It just says this is what county does and doesn't do. So for the moment, I guess that's okay. But I think sometime in the future, we would probably need to look at this more fulsomely and find out if these residents are being treated fairly under the new system.
Okay, so one more comment?
Yeah, no, my initial comment I wanted to make was maybe we could actually share this information online with residents so they are aware of that application process.
Okay, so with that, on the motion to, you need an amendment for that now?
No, through the chair, I just want to know that we still need a mover and a seconder.
Oh, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch to receive the information. All in favor? That is carried. Next is the water financial plan. Yes.
Since we're in 11.5, do you want to adjust the scheduling so that we can deal with the last item?
Well, we're still rolling along. We're gonna break at
11.54.
12:30, so let's.
Well, I think the water one may be a longer one.
What's that? All right, I've got folks saying we want to change, it'll be 60% again. It'll be required if we want to bring the one item up for the folks that are sitting here.
Through your worship, certainly if council's desire is to move that along, but if I can just through you ask, Ms. Pai, is our consultant waiting to present?
Through you, yes. We do have the consultant in association with the water financial plan. There isn't a presentation just available for questions for it.
So let's get on with that one now with the consultants here. And then before we break for lunch, we will zip down regardless how late it is and try and get the turnaround done so the folks can go home. All right. So let's proceed with 11.41. Whoops, sorry. 11.51.
Through the chair, that report ID 2126 regarding the water financial plan be received as information, and that council approve the Township of Ramara water financial plan dated July 8, 2026, prepared in accordance with the Safe Drinking Water Act 2002 and Ontario Regulation 453/07 for the period of 2026 to 2036. And that council directs staff to submit the water financial plan to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks as part of the application to renew its municipal drinking water license under the Safe Drinking Water Act 2002. And that report ID 2126 be referred to the July 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
So can I get it on the floor? Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. So is the presentation, or are they just here for questions? Oh, there you are, sir. Andrew, nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I am just here for questions, no formal presentation. So if any mayor, members of council has any questions, along with staff, we're happy to assist.
Well, I am, again, same concerns I've always had. We're always front end loaded, but I do like, and the comment came out earlier today, that we're not including growth in this. Like, we're being realistic about it, because I've seen it so many times that we were counting on 400 homes at one time here in Brecken, and that threw everything off. Whenever you're proposing to get those DCs and they don't come in, it really affects. And realistically, we're not going to see any in the next 3 years. So I'm glad to see that this report's actually saying that and admitting that that development isn't coming right away. So hopefully, again, we're front end loaded. I've had that same concern. It's just the way the system's run, because we don't know what's down the road. Nobody knew we were going to be dealing with, in some cases, 400% inflation on replacing this kind of infrastructure. In fact, some's higher than that. Like, I think deep water pumps are 10 times what they were in price 6 years ago. So, I mean, that's 1000% inflation that we're dealing with. And those kind of things you can never count on. But other than that, we will try and work forward. So I'll open it up. Deputy Mayor.
Sure. I think my first question people need to understand is the alternatives. It's pretty clearly laid out in the staff report. What are the risks and liabilities for us if we were to vote down moving forward with these increases that are required to make it sustainable and safe?
Yep. Okay. I've got Councillor. Oh, Laura, go ahead. General Manager.
Through you, and I'll ask Mr. Marabella to chime in if he has anything else that he wants to add. You know, this is part of the regulatory process in order for the township to have its drinking water license renewed. So us not passing this water financial plan at this point risks that application and that accreditation. And we really don't have a plan for what would happen if that were to come true. So we do understand that there is a lot of strain on the system. And again, I did want to highlight that the passing of this is not passing of any of the rates. That would be done separately through the budget process. This is, again, just looking holistically at the system, identifying what those gaps are so that we can make sure that as we go into those budgetary discussions that we're well prepared for what that looks like.
This is one of those updates that you must have a financial plan prepared by an outside independent firm, which is what's here today. Again, the rates will be passed by the council at the time. And some of these projects, if they're deferred, can affect those rates as well. Because, I mean, you certainly don't replace stuff until you have to. So you're always looking to try and extend the life of any of these assets. Questions, Counselor Bell?
Thank you. I'm just going to point out again that this report is not a housekeeping item. It is regulatory, yes, but certainly not housekeeping. It should not be coming at the 11th hour. Dated J11, it's dated July 8th and being brought on the 13th, but it has to be submitted by August 4th. So it has not been presented to the public, who are the people who need to understand what they're paying for. Water consumers already don't know what's in their deficit because that question hasn't been answered. So now we're adding more to it. And I understand very well about regulation. So I don't, I mean, we're talking about two different things. Regulation is one thing, a plan for moving forward about how we manage the systems is something different, and looking for relief. And we still don't have that. This is showing me and that our rates are already targeted to increase, which is not a surprise. So we're seeing actually 10%, then 7.5, and then down to 5. But it also says to me that we are not going to be at, and I quote back from 24, zero deficit or less at 2033. This says to me we're going to still be $6 million in debt and still no reserves being built. And it also tells me something that we still don't really have the answer to, which is that there's 15 million in non-growth capital work, and that we're adding $5.3 million in new rate supported debt. So I am taking a guess, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that 5.3 million represents the 11 million that's left over from the 41 million bundled projects. So we did 41 million bundled projects and asked for a grant. We got 30 million. We still have no idea what's being apportioned to water consumers versus sewer consumers because that information hasn't been shared. But now I read 5.3 million. So is that 5.3 million related to the 11 million that we know had to be apportioned to sewer and water consumers? So all in all, I am confident I'm probably not going to get any answers to those questions and or statements, but I am pointing out that this is not the way to bring a financial plan at the 11th hour, last minute. Obviously, we have to do the regulatory process, so therefore we have to accept it. It's not an option, but it should be being presented properly. Knowing Hemson is involved already, this thank you, Andrew, for this, but Hemson is also the same folks who have been giving us recommendations since 2011, and here we sit with massive deficits and no reserves. So those are my concerns. If you can answer the question in relationship to where is the 5.3 million in new rate supported debt coming from, and will we be 6.1 million in deficit at the end of this, that would be helpful for the listeners at home so they know what they're facing.
Andrew.
So through the mayor, the non-growth debt that's assumed in the financial plan is related to carrying out that $15 million in non-growth capital that's identified from the ACO plan. Recognizing that a portion of those costs can't be funded entirely from the rates. So we did have to assume debt in order to carry out that project, in addition to some grant funding that we've also assumed for some of those couple projects that are in the financial plan.
And I believe you are moving money, suggesting money towards the reserves, even though it's running at a deficit, there will be money in the reserves.
By the end of the period, there will be, correct.
Yes, yeah.
So sorry, just to be clear, we'll be at 6.1 million in deficit in 2030, or we'll be adding 6.1 million to any remaining deficit under the current rate structure?
The reserve position at the end of the period will be in a positive position. Now, you'll still have debt on the system, but the reserve fund will be in a positive position. The debt will still be on the books, but will happen to be repaid over time.
So I just, for clarity, in 2030, when we look at the overall deficit package that water consumers have to pay for, will they be looking at 6.1 million in deficit?
In 2036, you mean?
It says 2030, I believe.
2030, the net financial debt position does peak at the 6.1 million, but then it does start to decline over the period. So it won't be at the 6.1, but it will be being reduced over the period. So it will still be a net deficit position by the end of the period, but not the 6.1.
I guess my question is for finance maybe, because the whole point of the rate increases were, and again, I'm saying the exact words, zero deficit or close at the end of the calculation. So are we now saying that we're not talking about zero deficit or close, but we're talking about a debt of 6.1 million at the end of the calculation or close?
No, I believe our 10-year capital shows a deficit at the end on the 10-year capital we passed when we set the rates, correct, General Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it did have that deficit coming close to the zero mark at the end of the 10-year plan. And I would say that that is always going to be our goal, is to get us out of where we currently are. Again, these are plans going forward. They're not necessarily what's actually going to happen. And so projects have been added and deleted and get deferred and moved around, so that we can try and manage that going forward. It is going to be, there will be part of the budget process this year is a new 10-year capital plan for water and wastewater coming forward. This is the presentation here includes part of that plan that may not have been part of the 2024 deliberations. And again, we'll be looking at those rates on an annual basis as we move forward.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So what listeners want to hear is a direct answer to the question. At this point, based on this, will the water deficit be $6.1 million?
In 2030, yes, but in
Thank you.
2036, what was it, Andrew? I don't have that chart in front of me.
The net financial debt position is 3.4 million in 2036.
And 2036 at the end of the plan, 3.4.
Well, we can't say we will, that
Well,
will be, I mean, it's a forecast.
That's the forecast, yes. Depends on whether some of the projects go ahead, whether they can be delayed. We always try and delay them to keep, so we're not borrowing money as long as we can before we replace equipment that needs replacing, correct?
Thank you. So that's clarifies for, that's different than zero deficit at the end of the current calculation. And that's all I was trying to ascertain. The second question is the approximately 5.3 million in new rate supported debt. Is that related to the $11 million that needs to be made up between the 41 million in bundled projects and the $30 million grant? And if so, what are the projects that will be covered by that $5.3 million? Because again, we still don't know what the amounts per project were in the 41 million in bundled, because it has never been shared to the public. So the listeners are going to be fairly interested to know why they're being apportioned another $5.3 million.
General Manager or Andrew, who wants?
I can start, and again, Mr. Milbella can chime in if he has more specific information. In general, what I would say is that the cost of delivering the capital project, including some of the projects as part of the health and safety water system funding, are included in this. So again, as Mr. Mirabella pointed out previously, we do not have the reserves currently to complete the necessary capital works. This is part of that in order for us to move forward. And I don't know, Mr. Mirabella, is there any clarification you have?
Anything you want to add, Andrew?
No, I think that captured it fairly well. I mean, maybe just to again point the debt that's incurred, or at least anticipated, is just planned, and it's just based on what we've identified in the capital plan. So it's not necessarily tied to a specific project, but just more of as a catchment to fund the fact that the existing reserves aren't there, and something has to be picked up in order to fund the capital projects in the event they're not deferred.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. So did I have a mover and a seconder? I believe I did.
Through the chair, yes, it was moved by Councillor Goff and seconded by Councillor Tuyo.
So all in favor? Opposed of any? One opposed? That is carried. So next we will, with council's approval, before we break for lunch, can we jump down and do item, let's turn 11.54.
Through the chair, I just have a motion drafted, which would be similar to the one passed earlier in the meeting. This would be that in accordance with section 3.4 of the Township of Ramara Procedure Bylaw 2025.23, suspending the meeting rules. Committee of the Whole hereby temporarily suspends the rules to immediately move item 11.5.4, turn around for Florence Avenue, for item 11.5.2, site alteration bylaw update.
Perfect. Can I have a mover, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell? I need, 60% all in favor. That is carried. We always try and deal with folks when you're here and you're not stuck here all day. So I have a motion for 11.54, if you would be kind enough, Rebecca.
The chair, that report ID 2326 regarding the turnaround for Florence Avenue dated July 8, 2026 be received, and that staff be directed to construct an interim hammerhead turnaround within the existing township road allowance near the end of Florence Avenue, funded from the previously approved roads capital project, and that staff be directed to report back to council on the preferred long-term turnaround solution and associated budget requirements for the Florence Avenue turnaround upon completion of the environmental assessment process. And that report ID 2326 be referred to the July 13th, 2026 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Tuyu. Any other comments from council members? Councillor Tuyu.
Thanks. As you had indicated, we've got some of the residents in attendance. They're all worried sick about the idea of losing their garbage pickup. So I think this is great that we're moving ahead with this, and thank you to GM Pie for working closely with me and the neighbors on this. I just have some questions that I wanted to ask publicly so that all the residents could see what we're talking about. And I have run these by GM Pie already. The property owners want everyone to know that they have volunteered to gift the land for the construction of a proper cul-de-sac, as they feel this is the only proper solution. They would like to know if the EA is in process at this point and when the EA is expected to be completed.
Go ahead.
Through you,
General Manager.
Mr. Chair. Yes, the EA is underway. We are coordinating the work plan and some of the sub-consultants that'll be required for the studies to be completed. And we're expecting it to be done in early 2027 so that we could potentially tender out. Again, as part of the budget deliberations, we'll bring this project forward for consideration at that point. If the budget is approved, then we could look at tendering and construction for next year for the permanent cul-de-sac.
Okay.
That's great news. Can I continue?
Yes.
Okay. They would like confirmation that the temporary hammerhead will be totally on township property and that the township will strictly ensure and enforce no trespassing on their property.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the hammerhead will be completely installed on township property. We will work with the property owners to try to negate the trespassing. However, that isn't something that we can control, and we can work with the property owners about that, though.
Okay, thanks. I have another one. Are there plans to follow through with better signage to indicate that Florence is a dead-end road? Are we able to expeditiously get signs from Mara Provincial Park that very clearly indicate to turn east where Creighton meets Balsam? One of the big problems on Florence is lost RVs who find themselves at the end of Florence and can't turn around.
Laura.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are currently waiting and have been for a little bit waiting for Ontario Provincial Parks to send us their logo information. We need their permission before we can go print signs with that on there. So we've been waiting for that information to come to us. And as soon as it's there, we've already discussed that we'd like to change the signage and they're supportive of that.
Great, thank you. If some longer vehicles with trailers are unable to navigate the hammerhead, is there a plan in place to address this? What happens when a vehicle simply cannot turn around in the space provided?
You got to back out. Go ahead, Laura.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So we will do our best. Again, we've taken the design of this in consideration of the emergency vehicles and our snow plows and the waste collection vehicles. I can't speak to all of the other drivers on the road, and as much as, you know, in general for roads, we can't control the speeds that they drive on or the manner that they do. That's where OPP enforcement comes. Again, we will try and provide it so that it's as simple as it is for them, but I can't guarantee what somebody's abilities and experiences are.
Okay, thanks. Will this temporary solution work for the winter snow removal? Is there room to store the snow on township property and still have a workable turnaround for large vehicles?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that was part of the consideration, and we do believe that would be fine.
Okay, last one. Do you know the timeline on the temporary hammerhead turnaround to ensure that there is no service interruption?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the county is committed that we have until the fall to have this constructed, and I do feel that it'll be relatively quick. We will be requesting locates as soon as this decision is ratified so that we can move forward and get our plan in place. So we'll hopefully have that as quickly as we possibly can. So before that fall deadline with the county.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Opposed, if any, that is carried. Thank you. And with that, why don't we break for how long? 45 minutes? Come back at 1:15, give everybody time to go and get some lunch. I'll look for a motion by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher, that we now break from lunch until 1:15. Thank you. All in favor? Oh, I guess got to call a vote on that. Yes. Are we live, Nate? We are live, so I'll look to my clerk, confirm I still have my full council.
Yes, I can confirm you have quorum.
Thank you. So now we're on to the site altercation bylaw. You know what, before we read the motion, why don't we open it up for discussion? And there is an addendum on the agenda as well, which is, I think, an email we received from a member of the public with some questions. So I guess I would forward to, I don't have my general manager here. Oh, I guess, no, this is under your department. Laura, to answer those questions that were sent in by the individual, will they get a comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can address them just in general conversation or if there's any specific questions. But we weren't going to necessarily go through each and every single one of them, but.
Well, the one that jumped out was the security one, having enough security in place was one, in public consultation. I'd like to get your feedback on those, like shall as opposed to may ask for public consultation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have our compliance manager, Ms. Marks, comment on it. This is her body of work here, so I'll let her comment.
Sure.
Right. So through the chair, so the bylaw provides the authority to require financial securities. The way it's worded is the intent is to provide that flexibility so we can scale those the securities based on the risk associated with the project and apply them through that way instead of having a set amount. So it would be as the application comes in and we review the threshold and the scope of work, that is when we would apply that amount.
So what's your feeling on the mandatory public consultation if it's more than 1,000 cubic meters?
Well, ultimately, that authority is a council's discretion, or if they want. Ultimately, that's it's a policy choice for council. We've delegated the authority in this bylaw to the general manager because these applications are very technical in nature. So it's something that we would review internally along with our consultants should we need them.
Right, and anything over 1,000 cubic, if it's tied to a building permit, it wouldn't comply. It'd be done through the site plan stage, correct? Like if you're
the
building
amount
a large,
of fill that is contingent to that, if the scope is in relation to that building permit,
yes,
then it would be exempt from this bylaw. However, if you're proposing to bring in 1,000 cubic meters of fill for a house or accessory building, we would then look further and most likely we would capture a permit under the site restoration.
usually on a large scale, it's fill. Well, we all see it on Highway 12. The fill's got to be removed when you're doing a large scale industrial building. That's the trouble. Any questions from council then? Excuse me, Councilor Bell, go ahead.
Thank you. Just one thing, if everybody can lean closer to the microphones, because I was having a hard time, Diana, just from here, and I'm afraid that people at home might not have been able to hear. They did raise that quite a bit the other day. And I guess you may have already addressed it a little bit, but I do want to note that I think having one senior staff member approve major or long-term operations and then be able to waive or vary requirements is probably not, it should have council oversight. So I wouldn't support this aspect of the agreement. I think any of those, you shouldn't be able to just waive in keeping actually with what this particular resident has submitted. I support that aspect of it. I think on large projects that would need to come back to council. So there's oversight and public reporting so that people understand what was waived, why it was waived, that sort of thing. Yeah, and I think, yeah, being able to report back to the public, always the accountability and transparency piece. So it wouldn't, I don't think that it would be appropriate for it to be one senior staff member. So I know you're bringing it back and those are my comments.
Okay, Councilor Snotch.
I thought there was a lot of good points on this. I had a very busy weekend, but in reviewing these points that have been made, I think every one of them should be looked at and see if we can at least get answers on why they are applicable or not applicable. I think we've got an opportunity to make this really good, but I think we would like to, or I would like to, at least for myself, have time to sort of review this and match it up. And I'd like to get a deferral on this until we can go through these points, or we get staff to come back to us and say, this is why we didn't do that. This is why we did do this. And I know the people who have written in are people who spend a lot of time on this. And so I take their comments and their letter very seriously. And I think there's some things we should be looking at. And we don't have time to go through all these 10 points here today.
This isn't time sensitive, correct? Like this, there is a bylaw on the books. This is just tidying it up and strengthening the bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. So there's no deadlines or anything being brought forward as in respect to this report. It was just on our radar to make sure that it's reflecting existing legislation and marrying it up and making it more current and relevant.
So before I put the motion to defer, though, I'd like to get some other questions answered by council right now, and then we'll consider that. Councillor Bell and then Councillor T.
Thank you. And I'm definitely agreeing with a couple of things Councillor Snatch said, including that these agendas with these massive packages coming on a Wednesday does not give council proper time to prepare for these kinds of agendas where we are making decisions for the families in our municipalities. So I agree with that. And I think if we are talking about doing public consultation, it's good and righteous and we should be doing it. And it should not just include one side, it should also include any legal conforming businesses who wish to give their feedback on what this bylaw should look like. I think that it's too impactful to push through without that kind of proper consultation from all impacted stakeholders.
Councillor T.
Thanks. This report seems to mainly address, I guess, large scale soil importation, at least from what I was looking at from a resident side. The MNRF created streamlined applications for shoreline work undertaken in areas subject to flooding. Similarly, can you please tell me what this means for the average person living in a floodplain who is trying to take measures to raise their low-lying areas without breaking the bank? Will the process be less onerous for residents needing to undertake this work? Are permits and applications for lot grading plans required, or has this been made easier or more cost-effective for frustrated residents who just want to mitigate their property's flood risk?
Diana? All right, go ahead, Ms. Marks.
Through the chair, so in the bylaw, any amount, there's no threshold or volume of any amount that's going to require a permit. Any site alteration in the township is going to require a permit. I'm just going to pull up the bylaw so I can just kind of make reference to it. So we will require a site alteration plan for a minor, what we'll call a minor permit. So if someone wants to alter the grade of their land, they're going to have to provide us with a drainage plan, basically. And we're still going to want to know where the fill is coming from, and to ensure that there's not going to be any negative impacts, right, to any neighboring properties. If we're thinking about filling a residential property, that's not in relation to a new build, they will require a site alteration permit from the township. Those large scale alterations where we'll say it's over 1,000 cubic meters, we're going to require site alteration plan and a fill management plan, which is a bit more in depth. So then we're going to be looking at haul routes, truck traffic, a little bit more details. So, you know, that we can scale the studies that are going to be required. When someone comes in and speaks to us, and this is what I want to do, we're going to ask all those questions: how much fill and why, and then we'll determine which studies and which plans we want. But in the bylaw, anything under 1,000 cubic meters is a site alteration plan. We can ask for more studies based on the proposal, but anything over 1,000 cubic meters requires a fill management plan.
Councillor, you follow up? Yes.
Thanks. Sorry, just for those not in the trucking biz, what is 1,000 cubic meters? How many truckloads would that be? Do you know?
Approximately 100 dump trucks. Or 100 loads.
Any other questions? And then Councillor Fisher.
Okay, so if I'm just following. So any work now needs to have a site alteration permit. So if I have a resident who has a gravel driveway and needs to get 10 cubic meters dropped off for filling potholes in the driveway, they would need to come to the township first to receive a permit for that, for gravel?
Through the
ahead.
chair, there are exemptions in the bylaw that will exempt minor minor landscaping work, minor grading work. So something like that, we most likely would not require, you know, a full site alteration plan, full management plan. It's something we will deal with on a case by case basis. If it's just gravel to a driveway, most likely won't require a permit.
Again, if it was creating a driveway, that would be part of the site plan with why you creating a driveway, well, I'm building a house. So then that would be covered under that site plan, correct?
That is correct.
Not very often, just building a driveway. Any other questions? Okay, Dave, you want a deferral basically based on the addendum we got today is what I would assume. Yeah.
Yeah, and whatever the rest of council in reading this in depth can also suggest, but I mean, at this point, there's enough points here to look
To have a
into.
look at. All right, because I don't think we debated deferral, but I'm gonna get my clerk's got something for us here.
Yes, so through the chair, just one point of clarification is this motion has not been put on the floor yet. Committee could either put it on the floor and then vote to postpone that motion or just postpone the item as a whole. I do have it drafted pending a supplemental memo from staff addressing questions and comments posed in the addendum attached to item 11.5.2 on the July 13th, 2026 council agenda. The chair may put this forward if you felt that sufficient discussion has taken place, and then there wouldn't be any debate on the postponement. It's
Right.
just a
That's why I didn't ask for the motion to put it on the floor because I knew there was going to be questions and a possible deferral. So why don't we go with that motion straight up and then we'll vote on that. I'm going to get the motion read here and then we'll maybe get you to put it on screen for us, Rebecca.
Through the chair, we're just getting this put on the screen. So the motion that we're looking at is the postponement draft, which is just having a little bit of a sync moment on the screen, but it is that item 11.5.2 be postponed pending a supplemental memo from staff addressing questions and comments posed in the addendum attached to item 11.5.2 on the July 13th, 2026 council agenda.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Snutch, second by Councillor Goff. Any other discussion on the deferral? No, there's no discussion on the deferral. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So now we are on 11.5.3, stop and yield. Update. And I think we did have discussion on this. Thanks, Diana. So maybe I will put the motion on the floor on this one. Or you're looking to move the motion or do you have comments? Okay, we'll get the motion read.
Through the chair, this is that report ID 2226 regarding the stop and yield bylaw update dated July 7th, 2026 be received. And that council support the addition / modification of the following stop and yield signs within the township. Addition of a stop sign at the intersection of Mara / Eldon Boundary Road and Canal Road. Conversion of a yield sign on Winchester Road to a stop sign. Addition of a yield sign on Tivden Lane. Addition of a stop sign on Queen Street at Ogden Street. And that staff be directed to bring forward a bylaw to amend the bylaw 2005.86 with the proposed changes to Schedule A and Schedule B as enclosed in report ID 2226.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. Questions or comments? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So this is different than a road need study. And to change stop signs or yield signs or do all those things. And I know that the report says that staff review of traffic concerns. And I guess I'm curious what traffic concerns were reviewed, and not because I don't support having stop signs where they need to be, but just speaking from like procedurally, are you looking at, traffic volumes, collision history, intersection geometry? So not just applicable to this particular report, but generally speaking, we would need to have some kind of a policy about how we're going to make changes to stop signs and things like that. And so I'm just wondering what criteria was used to determine. So when you said you reviewed, what did you review and how did you review it? So that we know that we're not going around and just creating work programs and changing stop signs and doing, because this comes up all the time, repeatedly. It's always coming every year, changes in traffic patterns. And so do we have a full analysis or how do we approach it?
I can certainly say the Tiven Lane, there was no sign there. So that's one that we just all of a sudden discovered didn't have a sign, but go ahead, Laura, on the rest of it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So item number 1 with the stop sign at the Mara Eldon Boundary Road, that was as a result of changes to the intersection based on the work from the bridge from Parks Canada. So this is a requirement, and truly it was that project that initiated us to review the bylaw to make sure it was current. For the other ones, it was that for Winchester and Tivnon, it was a review of the complaints and confirming that Tivnon actually has no signage, therefore, and understanding the traffic patterns in that area. And same with Queen Street and Ogden, and actually there is no sign there, and understanding traffic patterns there, again, just was a quick staff review. There was no fulsome research or investigation because these were pretty low hanging fruit.
Yeah, so I guess just moving forward, are you developing something in cooperation with the road need study that helps so that when these different conversations come up and members come in and say, my community is complaining about whatever, you have some kind of policy that helps you, guides you to know when you investigate an intersection and so that we don't end up reinvestigating the same intersections over and over again. And a good example is Laguna Parkway and Poplar, where we've probably talked about that every year this term and probably every year the terms before. And somehow we ended up with the world's largest stop sign and still people don't stop. So it seems like we waste a lot of time and cycles. And so I just wonder if there can be a policy that talks about, when do you make the decision and then what criteria is applied before you move forward so that we don't spend a lot of money going in circles.
Some of that's part of the roads need study, is it not? Recommendations come through with it, do they not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not really, unless we were specifically targeting those questions. If there was an intersection of concern and we wanted to look at it. Generally speaking, the signage at an intersection is based on the best practices that are set by several of the organizations, and I won't say their names because I don't want to get them wrong here. There's a couple of federal, and I believe there's also provincial manuals that guide, like the Ontario traffic manuals that guide the legislated signs. And so I don't know that we need to have a policy other than we're following those best practices. And it hasn't been something that I've identified to bring forward as a policy. And in my tenure here, this is the first change to the stop and yield bylaw that we've had. So I haven't seen a significant number of requests coming through for that at this point.
Right, any other comments? Not seeing any, so on the motion on the floor, all in favor? Opposed, any, that is carried. Next one is the turnaround, which we've dealt with at Florence, so now we are on to the routine disclosure and process protective, and I guess, Ryan, this is yours, Mr. Matheson, if you want to go through, this is a streamlining of the process, the way I understand it, but go ahead.
Yeah, so through the chair, that's really the intent of what we have here, although it is proposing an amendment to the fee structure. What we're really trying to do is get records into the hands of the requesting party sooner. And so what you see included in the report is an outline of the existing process based on how it's received. There are multiple departments included, and it's in alignment with our existing fee structure. So right now, we currently charge $10 for every 15 minutes of search time. If that amount results into $100 or more, then we require taking a 50% deposit to provide those records or to continue searching and to provide those records. And so without that or throughout that process, we can return records to a requesting party a number of weeks later. And so what the report is proposing is an amendment to the existing routine disclosure policy. And if council were to adopt this, consideration of the bylaw as item 17.4 to amend the fees and charges. Really what we're trying to do is look at the existing number of requests that we have, the time it's taking us to actually get records into the hands of the requesting party, and the average costing, as well as looking at what other municipalities have done, I think, in light of these considerations.
A lot of them are septic. Are they not? Septic plans. That's the majority.
Through the chair, that's correct. We do get a number of those. And so right now we have 46, and I would suggest the majority are in relation to septic records.
Councillor Snodgrass, you had a question.
Yeah, can you tell me what other municipalities are doing? Maybe it's here, maybe it's not, but I can't recall.
There was a few of them mentioned in here. Bracebridge, $30, Ennisville, 35, yeah. Grimsby, 36, Town of Oakville, 60.
That's fine, thank you.
Yeah. Another question, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I think my concern with this is that it came without council knowing, and it showed up as an announcement to the public without any previous discussion or information. The public immediately reads, you're trying to prevent me having access to information. So now we're doing a chicken and egg thing, because maybe it's a good thing, but it's going to be really difficult to help the public understand why it's a good thing because of the way that it was presented. So, and now we're doing it with, I believe this one is same day ratification. Nobody in the public could see this report until after 12 o'clock Friday. So it came out of nowhere. They didn't know, they didn't understand why it was coming. And then they can't see it and read about it until when they can't ask any questions because we're meeting at 9:30 Monday. So we create the perception that there's a reason why we haven't been forthcoming with the information and presented this to the public in a way that they can understand. So I'm going to be opposing it because I don't like same day ratification on anything. This is the wrong way to do governance. And on something like this that makes the public feel like we're taking away their right to speak, then whether we are or whether we aren't is irrelevant, because that's what the public already believes. And I don't support that. So I would not like to see any more of these things come back in this way. And that's my comment.
So I guess, is it time sensitive on the same day? I know you're trying to streamline the process to get this back quicker when people put the applications in them, instead of having to wait and then bring money and then wait and then bring money. It's just online, fill out the form, pay, and it happens. And then the information is emailed to them directly. Is it time sensitive? Could it wait till the next meeting?
Through the chair, I would say that there's no particular time sensitivity in terms of specific applications or anything. What we're really trying to do is just free up staff resources so that we can provide a response. But certainly, aside from that, it's not extremely time sensitive.
Well, I 100% agree how it got on our agenda. I mean, that's your job as staff members. When you can find efficiencies that could be found, you send a report to the committee of the whole. Here it is. And then we get the report, we look at it, and we make decision. Does it make sense? Does it streamline? Does it make it easier for the folks? So that is your job. That is how it's done. So I don't know what else you would want to see, Councillor, on how it's presented to council, other than at a committee of the whole meeting from a report from staff, when staff discovers something that's not working well and finds a way to be more efficient.
So what I would have wanted to see would have been a report on a committee of the whole that talked about why it's working, why it's not working, and so on, long before notification went out to the public with a 10-day legislated or via our procedure that says we're giving you 10 days notice because we intend to pass a bylaw at the next meeting, because that's what went out when public notice went out. So it's not the same thing. A staff report coming would have been able to provide a lot of information, give council time to talk about it. Then later, it would have said that you're going to come back with the bylaw, and then you would have done the statutory notice that said, you've got your 10 days notice now. But when it goes out as, here's your 10-day notice, we're going to pass a bylaw on Monday, and you don't get to talk about it, it sends a completely different message. And also, I don't know how it frees up resources. No matter what they pay, the resource still has to do the work. So whether they pay 15-minute intervals of $10 or whether they pay $30 flat, the staff amount of time is the same. So I'm not sure how it frees up resources.
Actually, that's in the report, because staff have to keep going back and forth with the individual as opposed to just doing the information and sending it out. So that's actually answered in the report. It was brought at a committee of the whole. This is committee of the whole. It was presented to committee of the whole as a way to save money. Now, we don't have to ratify it today. If that's your concern, put a motion out that it doesn't get ratified today. But this is how information is presented to council. Staff sees a way that they can be more efficient, and they bring a report to the committee of the whole. This is the report brought to committee of the whole.
The report came after the statutory notice. So no, it's not the same thing, but that's fine. You have your opinion and I will continue with mine, which is that this should have been a staff report first. And then the council would have said, A, we do want you to go ahead and proceed with a bylaw, or no, we don't. But the council didn't get that opportunity. Instead, the council got irate phone calls from people who wondered why we were taking away their freedom to request information. And me saying, I have no idea because I have the exact same information you have because it did not come to council as a staff report first. So that's how I feel about it. And I'm making my comments because I want staff to know that what the public thinks is actually what matters to me, not what the council thinks. Like your opinion is great. I appreciate it, but it's the public that we serve, and it's the public who feels like we wanted to take away their right to access information. And we can't just walk that back now, because that's what they think and that's how they feel. So I'm informing staff that that is the result of putting something out in this manner. It would have been so much easier just to bring a staff report today and let council determine if it wanted to bring a bylaw.
Correct. And we haven't determined whether we're going to change the bylaw or create the bylaw. So what you're saying is, I'm trying to get a motion out of you here. You would like to see this not same day ratification.
Absolutely.
All right. Will you put that amendment on the floor?
Absolutely.
Do I have a seconder that it's not
Through
same
the
day
chair,
ratification?
the original motion has not been put on the floor yet.
Okay, so we'll keep that until we finish the questions on the actual motion. Any other questions on that? Just pretty detailed report. Go ahead, Dave.
I only had a few calls on this, and I can tell you that I got the same people calling me back on the weekend, telling me that now that they've got the, because I guess it was out there. I don't know how it was out there when the agenda went out, but once they read the report here, they clearly understood what we were trying to do. So I think it's pretty clear.
I thought it was a pretty detailed report, so it's all in there. Anything you want to add to it, Ryan?
Through the chair, I certainly can understand both sides of this. I think what we were trying to do was just look at the variety of existing mechanisms that we had and that we would comply with as staff. So under our notice bylaw, it would require that 10 days notice go out. We did engage on some of the feedback we received as well through social media, trying to respond to this, and then drafted the most fulsome report that we could. But really that notice was put out in compliance with the township's notice policy.
Yeah. The council has not made a decision to create the bylaw or change it at this point. Just notice that we may be. That's my vet calling me. Go
So
ahead,
just to be clear, we don't need to put out a notice for a staff report. If a staff report came first and said, we want to give you information about how our procedures are working, you did not need to have 10 days notice for a staff report. You needed 10 days notice because you were trying to put a bylaw through today. They're not the same thing. So let's not present them, please, as the same thing. They're two different things. Staff reports don't require notice. So if it had been simply a staff report saying to council, we have information that we want to share with you, and we could have received that report for information. And then if we wanted to say, gee, maybe we'd like to make a bylaw, then that would have been something else. And then you would put out the 10-day notice. But that's not actually what happened. Staff reports don't require notice. So we're playing semantics and splitting hairs, and I don't think that's what we're trying to achieve. What I'm saying is giving you feedback that should be valuable to staff, which is that the perception of the public is important. And what happened on this occasion is that the perception is we're trying to take away your right to speak. So whether we like it or not, that's the reality that we ended up with. So something in the process didn't work right. And that's what the reality that we have to deal with now. So anyway, I've put the amendment out there.
All right, I'll get the motion on the floor originally. Again, staff's not trying to pass any kind of bylaw. They're giving us the option today, if we want to proceed ahead and with the efficiencies quicker, then we can. We don't have to. We can wait. But staff's doing their job and getting the option out there for us, that if council wanted to proceed to this right away, the option is here and we can. So let's get the original motion on the floor. And yep. Yes, go ahead.
I'll ask this to the CEO. Can you give me a scope of how many times this happens or how many requests are coming in? Just something to let me get a better handle on this.
We're actually online for 100 and go ahead, Ryan.
Through the chair, yeah. So today we've received 46, I believe another one today, 47. And so we're on pace for approximately 100 requests this year. Yeah, so approximately 100 requests per year. And then in addition to that, we have our formal freedom of information requests, and they're processed a little bit differently, but that's the scope of what we're dealing with is essentially one every 3 days, 2 to 3 days.
All right, so yes.
Just a question on top of David's is how long would one request take approximately, just an average? But
Yeah, through the chair. I'm not sure why I raised my hand. Through the chair. It depends. I don't know that I could come up with an average, but I would say some of them we respond to Within 3 days, when we received follow-up, so one indicated that there was a bit of an emergent situation, and we focused on that one, but we have had instances where we're talking about 3 weeks to give records that are not, we're not talking hundreds of pages of records, we're talking 10 to 15, because we do still look at them from a protection of personal information perspective. But in addition to that, it really is the existing process that will make that go 3 weeks. And so we respond back to the individual and we request identification or proof of their location. Once we get that, after we've received the request, that back and forth could take 2 to 3 days. Then we request that the relevant department search for those records. Once they've searched for those records, they're then sent back to us with an estimate of how much time they took to send, to search. And then we guesstimate how much it's going to take to review, to redact personal information. We reach out to our finance department with that estimate of time, and we request that they prepare an invoice. That invoice then goes to the requesting party for payment. Payments received, then we request proof of payment. Once we get proof of payment, we release the records. And so when we start working through that, and when we get a number all at once, so there have been instances where we'll get 5 or 6. We're now working through that process with 5 or 6, and we tend to respond as fast as we can, but it has been upwards of 3 weeks.
All right, Councillor Snodge.
So just to summarize then, there's about 100 reports a year and they're an average of 10 to 15 pages each.
Through the chair, I would say that that's accurate. I think the average number could be less. If I were to guess, I would say it's around 7 pages. Some of them are 2 and some of them are 25.
So based on that, in adapting this new structure, will it be costing residents more money or less money or the same?
Through the chair, I don't have the historical information for 2025 to cost average. What I do have are the 2026 fees. The answer to that question would be yes, based on what we have right now. So the average is $23. The flat fee being proposed is $30. That said, we do receive and process a number of requests in excess of $40, $50. But the average as of right now with defined costing tracking is $23.
Okay, and follow up, you said I have 100 requests. You said you had 47 for the year so far. So is that just a coincidence that the septic tank was 46? It's totally different numbers, right? You said a minute ago you had 46 septic cases.
The majority.
Through the chair, the majority of the 46, 47 routine disclosure requests are related to septic records.
Thank you, I got it.
Somebody moves in, they want to see the septic records for the house that they're at. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the question and answer that's happening right now would have happened if you had prepared a staff report and sent it to council with all of this information and allowed us to have a fulsome discussion and presented us with all of this, then the public would have been listening to this conversation. And then later, if we had determined that a bylaw or a fee structure change was necessary, you would have put out the 10 days notice. So this is exactly my point, is that bringing a staff report with information in it doesn't just help council, it tells the public what's happening and why it's happening. So Councillor Snudge just actually completely illustrated.
Point of order.
handily.
Yeah, I know where you're going with it. Councillor, the staff report is here. That is exactly what we're doing. It was brought here for the public to
After we put
watch.
notice out and upset the public for no reason. It was completely unnecessary.
I've already answered that question and clearly explained it. Is anybody else not understanding what I said? What Ryan did is bring the option, if we really want to save money and time for the taxpayers, we could pass the bylaw today. That option is in front of us if we so desire to take it. We don't have to. The report's here. We're having a wholesome discussion, and I'm not seeing any reason or anybody give me a reason why we wouldn't go ahead with this suggested motion. You haven't given me any reason why, Councillor, other than you didn't like how it was presented to council. Is there a reason why you don't want to go ahead with the flat fee?
Yes, there is a reason why, because I don't like how it was presented. I don't know that I've had enough information from the public to know that they understand what's been presented. And I don't want to move forward with something without knowing that the public is in full understanding and support of what we're doing. They pay the bills. And what I just heard is that potentially it will actually cost them more. And the other whole part of this that I don't even have a report on what happens next. Is anything else changing? Are we changing what it costs per photocopy? Are we changing what is contained that it falls under routine disclosure versus freedom of information. There's a lot of questions, and I'm not saying that anything else is changing. What I'm saying is when it's done in the way that it's done, it leaves more questions than answered. So, I mean, I'm not going to move it forward. I don't know what the rest are going to do, but I'm not going to.
So you don't want to see the flat rate at all, then, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I'm not going to move this forward today.
Well, today, we still haven't decided if we're going to ratify it today. We're committee of the whole. Are we moving it forward or not? Either we just throw it out or yes, we go ahead. So first I'll get the motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Snudge. I can put the main motion on the floor. Second by Councillor Goff. Any other questions on the actual report that's in front of us?
Well, it's not on the report, but it's a good question.
All right, go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm just saying that, I mean, I had two people get in touch with me and were satisfied after they saw the report.
Right.
I just like to know from the other counselors, like, are you getting a whole, like, if you want to divulge, how many calls are you getting? I just don't think it's,
well,
go ahead.
Councillor G, you actually had your hand up a while ago and I never got to you. Go ahead.
Thanks. And just quickly to answer Councillor Snutch's question, I've had 0 calls about it. But my question about the report, and maybe it's in here somewhere and I'm not understanding, but the $30 request for disclosure, is that for one item or is that for multiple items? Like, could someone request a bunch of things and it would still be $30 or is it each?
Ryan, go ahead.
Through the chair, it's one request and it could produce multiple records. So 25 different records, depending on the request. It could just be the one record that's responsive to that. It still leaves the ability for staff to refer to the FOI process. So if it doesn't fit within the existing categories of what can be routinely disclosed under the routine disclosure policy, then staff can still refer through the FOI process. So that may be when we're producing hundreds and hundreds of records in response to a request, if it's quite broad. But if it fits into those categories for routine disclosure, then it's the one fee and we may produce multiple records in response to that request.
Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, to answer Councillor Snutch, I've had probably about 24 people reach out because they saw it first on social media, and I actually understand where Councillor Bell's coming from, because I hadn't seen this report to even know what they were referring to other than the same information on Facebook. So I understand the concern about getting things out timing wise. And I think what Councillor Bell's frustration is, I don't want to speak for her, but okay, my frustration a little bit was I didn't actually know. So I recognize that this is where we received a report, but it was talking about a report that council was unaware of. So I think that's where the frustration was, and I would fully support, should Councillor Bell put forward for removing the part for same day ratification, I would second that for her, because I do want to circle back with some of those residents. Some of them have had a chance to see it, some of them haven't yet, and some of them I don't know if they have because I haven't been able to connect with them yet.
Perfect. So the main motion's on the floor. Now I'm looking for the amendment for not for same day ratification.
So I would amend to ratifying at the next meeting of council.
Seconded by Councillor Fisher. So not time sensitive. Process is still rather clumsy. It's in place, but it's not time sensitive. So on the not ratifying, like, we proceed, but it'll be ratified at the next council meeting. All in favor? Opposed?
Well, I just was going to say it would
carry.
Yeah.
Okay, so now as the motion as amended, which is we proceed, receive the report and proceed to the next council meeting, correct?
Through the chair, yes. So it would be the original motion with the clause to ratify same day struck. If you'd like, I can read it just so you can see that.
Yes.
So the amended motion is that report CS 2126 regarding routine disclosure process and prospective policy amendment be received, and that the township's routine disclosure policy 2024.RD be amended as set out in report CS 2126 to revise the fee structure for routine disclosure requests, and that council directs staff to bring forward an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw to implement the revised fee structure of a $30 flat fee for routine disclosure requests.
Okay, so that is a motion that is now on the floor. Any questions or comments on the motion?
Yeah.
Councillor Bell.
So, I mean, I guess that's not all I I think we need the answer to a number of the questions that were just raised here today. Councillor Snutch raised multiple, Councillor Tu, you raised questions. So I think if we can also please have a staff report that answers the specifics about what does it cost, how many routine disclosure requests are received, what amount of time is invested in them, and all the questions that need to, that we've asked here today, as well as is anything else changing? Because that's not clear. I assume nothing else is changing, but I don't like assuming anything. So I don't know. We haven't seen like a red line document that says this is what we have, this is where we're going. So I don't know that the cost of photocopying isn't changing or whatever. So I would also want to see the report that seems to be missing that is causing us to ask all these questions here today.
Do you have any questions not answered, Dave? Dana?
Why
you-
I didn't vote to put it through. I was
Right.
fine to.
Yeah. Dana, you have any questions not answered? We have our questions all answered. Counselor, what questions do you have?
I don't think it's about me. It's about the public. It's not about me. It's about will the public's questions be answered between now and then? And how are they going to submit those questions? And then will those answers to those questions be publicly disclosed? Because whenever we say to people, submit one email to one person, then only one person has the answer to the question. But when we do the process properly, all people have the answer to the question.
No, we can't share private emails. When somebody emails a question, they get an answer. We can't share their email with the public.
Nobody's asking you to do that, but I'm just ready to move on.
Through the
Well,
chair.
I'm not ready to move on until you explain to me what other information you're waiting for.
It's really simple. We're supposed to do engagement with the public and we don't do it. And this is the result of when we don't do it. So the questions being asked by Councillor Snutch are being asked by the public as well. So I guess what I'll do is tell people to sit painfully through the meeting and listen to us talk about it versus bring back a staff report that answers the questions. What we should have received in the first place was a fulsome staff report.
Which questions, Counselor? I'm
All
waiting
of
for
the
your
ones
questions.
Councillor
They were
Snutch
answered.
just said, they are
Councillor
not
Steers.
answered in a staff report. They don't do anybody any good unless we have a resident have to
Does
sit
any other
down and watch
counselor
the
have
meeting.
questions? Because I can't seem to get any questions from Counselor Bell. A lot of
You've
talk,
already
but
heard them.
No questions. So you have no questions, you have no questions. Yours are answered, yours are answered, yours are answered. So at this point, I'm not getting any questions that we can answer for you,
I
Counselor.
don't need to repeat what David Snutch said, do I? Because I can. I
But
can
they
go
were
back
answered.
through and say,
Yeah, they
that
were-
didn't answer the public. That leaves me having to go home and tell the public, the only way you can get an answer is to sit down and painfully watch this meeting, because believe me, it's painful to go back and watch.
I will go to my clerk and then Ryan, because I'm getting nowhere with this counselor. She doesn't have a direction. Go ahead.
I do have
CAO.
a direction and I'm very tired
Go
of
ahead,
being spoken
CAO.
to that way. I
Enough,
really am.
Counselor. Carry on, CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, members of the public are always welcome to email through to the township. It's a straightforward email address. If they do have any questions, certainly that is an opportunity. And so, Your Worship, if there is a desire to amend the motion that you have before you, then we would welcome creating that if we know specifically what we're asking or what the member of council is asking for, so that we can create that motion to amend the main motion to make sure that that's covered.
I'm actually going to move on. I've tried to get an amendment from the counselor.
You've
She
had
doesn't
the
have any.
amendment more than one
Counselor,
time.
go ahead, Ryan.
Through the chair, I have nothing else to add based on CAO Jackson's response.
All right. Is any other questions?
Through Your Worship, just one more, the clerk just reminded me is that there is absolutely an opportunity for members of the public to appear before open public forum at any
absolutely.
point in time
Yeah.
with the item on being on the agenda.
Yes. Okay, so on the motion, all in favor?
I'll take a recorded vote.
We're in committee of the whole.
Oh, sorry.
All opposed? Thank you. So now I'm on, that one's done. Oh, we're up to 11.6, rise from committee of the whole and resume as council. Look for the motion.
Through the chairs, the motion as drafted is that the recommendations of committee of the whole be referred to the next regular meeting of council to be held on August 10th, 2026, with the exception of the following items, which shall be referred to consent agenda B today. Motions arising from closed session, item 11.1.1, appointment of a new commissioner to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission. Motions arising from closed session, item 11.1.2, Township of Ramara Industrial Park, potential purchase and sale. Motions arising from closed session, item 11.1.3, an open road allowance, Balsam/Cortland/Patricia Drive intersections. Departmental reports, item 11.5.1, water financial plan. Departmental reports, item 11.5.4, turnaround for Florence Avenue. And that committee of the whole Rising Council will be reconvened at 2:00.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Tuyu. Any questions or concerns?
I'm opposing a number of those. So I don't know. how you
Well, they'll
want-
come up for vote later. though,
later
but
on, okay.
That just moves the ones we're going to do. So sounds like we're going to have separate motions when we come out.
Yes, through the chair, when we get to consent agenda B, if those can just be identified, then we'll pull them for a separate discussion and vote. And at that time, if a member wishes to request a recorded vote, we can do so.
Yep, perfect. We're just going to rise right now and stand. All in favor of rising? I think I had a, did I have a move? Yes, I did. That is carried. So now we're voting on consent agenda A, which is the ones for today. Which were from, sorry, the previous meeting, the traffic calming, and so go ahead with those ones. These are from the June 22nd meeting.
Through the chair, that's correct. So these are the committee of the whole recommendations forwarded from June 22nd. There are 2 reports included. The motion with the consolidated vote is that recommendations as set out on consent agenda A, reports from the June 22nd, 2026 committee of the whole meeting be adopted as presented, including the following items: 12.1.1 traffic calming policy, 12.1.2 Orkney Beach Road speed limit. And if a member of council wishes to discuss either of those separately or have a separate vote, then we can do so.
Counselor Tuyu, separate vote, I would assume? Yes, so you would like to pull the Orkney Beach one for a separate vote? I thought so. So we will just vote on one and then the other, Rebecca, if that's okay.
Yes, to the chair, so I can read the motion for the traffic calming policy, which is 12.1.1 first.
Yes.
So this is that report ID 1826 regarding traffic calming policy be received, and that the traffic calming policy be adopted effective July 15th, 2026. And that the general manager of development and infrastructure be given delegated authority to make minor housekeeping amendments to the traffic calming policy as required.
Okay, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Opposed of any? That was carried. Thank you. And next would be the Orkney Beach.
Through the chair, this motion is that report ID 1926 regarding Orkney Beach Road speed limit be received as information.
Okay, it's moved by Counselor Goff, second by Deputy Mayor. Counselor Tuyu, comments?
Yes, thanks. I would like to request that we defer or postpone this one so that the local residents can prepare a petition. I've heard from a resident who feels that it is definitely more than the 50% that I had estimated that would like the speed limit to be 40. This is part of a community safety push to promote safety awareness and also to ensure eligibility for signage and other traffic calming strategies as outlined in the traffic calming policy.
By us receiving this, Rebecca, does that prohibit anybody from coming forward with a petition and asking for a speed reduction? Because we're not saying no, we're just receiving it and no action taken.
Through the chair, so it is being received as information. If it was to come forward with the petition, then it could be deemed a reconsideration. That would be a decision of the chair to look at and see if feel that a new vote on the matter would be reconsidering of this decision today. If there is a desire to leave it more open, we could add in would suggest an amendment that says at this time, received as information at this time, which would leave the door a bit more open for different direction in the future.
Are you fine with that amendment at this time? Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Counselor Fisher will second that amendment. Well, I'll get it on the questions. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to know, I'd have to go back to the CIP report, but what is the existing speed limit there?
50.
50, sorry.
50. And does anyone know what the speed limit is right out front here? 50. Okay, thank you.
All right. So this is just, the amendment is that we receive at this time. And that leaves the door open if somebody wants to bring a petition in. Everybody understand what the amendment is? So on the amendment, all in favor? Opposed of any, that is carried. So then on the motion as amended, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So now we're up to items 13, I believe. So agenda item B.
So through the chair, if you'll just give me a moment to get this prepared. This is the ones being forwarded from today's meeting.
Yeah, write them down as you're going through them here. Do you need a few minutes if you want us to take a 5-minute break?
Through the chair, if you'd like, that would be helpful.
All right, so we'll just be back at 210. Is that okay? That's moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councilor Scotch. In favor? Carry. Get that line in. I think we want some for separate votes. Yeah. All right, all right.
I don't know what you're.
So are we set for 13.1, which will be consent A in all the motions?
Through the chair, yes. So we're on actually consent B, which is the.
Oh, B, yes, yes.
Yes. So yes, thank you for the recess. I do have the motion prepared. However, I do understand that there may be some items that wish to be voted upon separately. So please let me know and I'll take those ones and move them down to specify that. So currently we have the list of motions that would be considered as that recommendations are set out on consent agenda B, reports from the current meeting for the regular meeting of council held on July 13th, 2026 be adopted as presented, including the following items. Item 13.1.1, appointment of a new commissioner to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission. Item 13.1.2, Township of Ramara Industrial Park potential purchase and sale. Item 13.1.3, unopened road allowance, Balsam/Cortland/Patricia Drive intersections. Item 13.1.4, water financial plan. Item 13.1.5, turnaround for Florence Avenue.
Okay, any to be pulled for, oh, can you put them back up just so that they're, Rebecca, any to be pulled so I can highlight them for separate votes? Counselor Bell, we'll get them back up there.
So 13.1.2, 13.1.3 and 4.
And 4 in the water. So, all right, so we're okay with the parks and waterways and we're okay with the Balsam turnaround. Sorry, what's the name of it? Florence turnaround. So those are the two that are left.
And then, yeah, and then just recorded votes they'll be, please.
On the other ones, not on the ones that are left. Yeah, so right now we're voting on 13.15, which is Florence Avenue and the Parks and Waterways Commission.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct. So this would be to adopt the motions for the appointment of a new commissioner to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission and turnaround for Florence Avenue. And then those are the 3 items would be discussed and voted upon separately.
Perfect. So can I have a mover for the 2? Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Bell. So again, we're voting on the 2. The other ones will be separate. All in favor? That is carried. Nobody opposed. So now 13.12, which is the industrial park.
Through the chair, the motion is as follows. That report CS 2026 regarding Township of Ramara Industrial Park potential purchase and sale be received, and that staff be directed to proceed with the exploratory next steps for buyback options in the Township of Ramara Industrial Park, pending council's future consideration and approval. And that report CS 2026 be referred to the July 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
And a recorded vote has been requested by Counselor Bell. So
yes, so through the chair, just first need a mover and a seconder.
I'll need it moved by Counselor Goff, second by the deputy mayor. Okay.
So a recorded vote has been requested on item 13.1.2, Township of Ramara Industrial Park potential purchase and sale. We'll start with the requesting member, Counselor Bell.
Oppose.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Agree.
Counselor Fisher.
In favor?
Counselor Goff.
In favor.
Counselor Snetch.
In favor.
Counselor Tuyo.
In favor.
Mayor Clark.
In favor.
The motion has carried.
Thank you. Next, I'm up to 13.13, which was the land in Atherley. Also note.
To the chair, yes. So the motion is as follows. That report CS 1926 regarding unopened road allowance, Balsam/Cortland/Patricia Drive intersections be received, and that the confidential direction provided to staff be adopted. And that report CS 1926 be referred to the July 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Moved by Counselor Tuyu, second by Counselor Goff. Recorded vote again, Counselor. Recorded vote asked for by Counselor Bell.
A recorded vote has been requested for item 13.1.3, being the unopened road allowance, Balsam/Cortland/Patricia Drive intersections. We'll start with the requesting member, Counselor Bell.
Oppose.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
Counselor Fisher.
In favor?
Counselor Goff.
In favor.
Counselor Snetch.
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu.
In favor.
Mayor Clark.
In favor.
The motion has carried.
Thank you. And now I'm on to 13.15, which is the water financial plan.
Yes, so through the chair, this is for item 13.1.4, the water financial plan. That report ID 2126 regarding the water financial plan be received as information, or be received, and that council approved the Township of Ramara water financial plan dated July 8th, 2026, prepared in accordance with the Safe Drinking Water Act 2002 and Ontario Regulation 453/07 for the period of 2026 to 2036. And that council directs staff to submit the water financial plan to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks as part of the application to renew its municipal drinking water license under the Safe Drinking Water Act 2002. And that report ID 2126 be referred to the July 13th, 2026 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, and yes, Councillor?
I just want to confirm that we can't defer it because it has to be submitted before the next meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So that's why I'll be opposing, because we don't have it in time to present it to the public.
So you don't want to relicense the plants, you're saying?
Oh, I totally do, but I'm going to have to go out and oppose because we didn't even share it to the public who has to pay the bills. So because we didn't do that, I will oppose it. And I would hope that in the future, we would bring these kinds of reports in time to present them to the people who pay the bills.
I'm just curious. I sorry for this come back to this. So Laura, can you please tell us what would happen if, like, I would love the public to like me too and not vote for these increases in this to go through, but what would happen if we all sit here? If we didn't get our license, what would happen to the drinking water here? Would they shut us down? Nobody would have water? Is that what would happen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I really am not too sure because this isn't something that happens very frequently. My suspicion is that if we do not become an accredited body to be able to have a drinking water license, then the province would come in and mandate it being done out of our control, but at our cost. That is my suspicion.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Just another question. So thank you. So to be clear, do you think that in any reasonable sense of the word, the ministry would come and shut down all of Ramara's drinking water if we deferred this for 2 weeks to present the report to the public? Because I don't think they would do that. They wouldn't even know that fast, never mind shut us down. So I understand what the deputy mayor is trying to do, which is to say Sherry's irresponsible and crazy. She doesn't want to make sure that the systems are
I
in
never
operation.
suggested that.
And that's foolish.
Okay,
And
I
it's
have
an
a point of
unfair
order. I have a
statement to
point
make.
of order, Councillor. Yes?
I did not say any of those things or lead to those things. I was asking for clarification from the GM. There was nothing at that individual I needed to understand for my own vote.
No, and I understood too from the GM that no, they won't shut the systems down, but they may take over operations of it and set the rates.
Or we
would
could
be
just
an
defer and present it to the public like we should be doing, and then we would submit it a couple of weeks late, and the ministry likely wouldn't even know that we submitted it a few weeks late. So I'll be opposing same day ratification.
Absolutely.
Point of order
No,
again.
hang on. I have to clear that up. They will absolutely notice if we file late.
Well, then
Because
what we
we've
could
been
do is let
fined
them
in
know
the
that we
past
didn't present it to
When
the
we
public.
we do our scoring, they absolutely have timelines and they expect them to be met. So I can tell you, they will absolutely notice if we
Well,
filed late.
I'm talking to them right now, and
Point
I
of
would
order.
disagree with that. And
Yes, point of
certainly we
order.
have
I have a
the
point of order
ability.
called, Councillor. Point of order.
Councillor Bell does not have the floor to be able to just keep on interjecting. You called a point of order, or Deputy Mayor called a point of order. You listened to his point of order, and Councillor Bell just continued to rant.
I apologize. I will do a better job as chairing.
And I don't think it's
No,
ranting,
Councillor, I
actually.
did not give you the floor. As I said, I will do a better job as chairing.
Point of
So
order, because I don't like what Joe Goff said. So my point of order is that you
So
don't
I
get
don't rule
to,
in
you
your
don't get
favor.
to say
I-
somebody's
I-
ranting.
I'm
So
not-
I'm calling a point of order.
I'm not ruling in your favor. Go ahead, Councillor Snutch.
I really think from what I've gotten from this, we're talking about a $7 increase. I don't know what we're really debating here. There's no other issue.
We're not talking about a $7
No, I
increase.
didn't give you the floor, Councillor Bell.
We are.
Councillor Snutch just talking.
Yeah,
Stop
we are.
interrupting your fellow councillors, Councillor. This will be your second warning now. Do not interrupt your fellow councillors. No, where we're actually at is we're mandated to do this plan and we're mandated to hire a consultant to do it. The input they use, we can't alter their findings in any way, correct? This is their present. We can still set our budgets when the time comes and set the water rates. But the financial plan is done by Hempstead. Now, if we decide we don't like the plan, I guess we could hire another consultant to do another plan, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Essentially, this is, again, it's the forecast, it's the idea, it's the, here's what we have on the horizon. And any of those budgetary requests would be coming forward on those annual basis. Again, we'll bring forward the 10-year capital plan. If there's a possibility for deference, if there's revenue or grants funding, any of those types of things, if we did have development, that would all change the plan and we would make those decisions at that time. And so again, we wouldn't necessarily be required to go back and revisit the plan, but the province is looking for that council has considered this and is aware of this in their decision-making.
Correct, because the plan is presented by Hempstead. We can't alter their plan in any way. It's their document. We hire them, they do the plan, they present it, we present it to the province. We still make our decisions going forward, but the plan is something, like I keep hearing about public input. There is no public input into the plan. It's their plan. I mean, councilors had questions, but we can't bring motions to alter the plan. The plan cannot be changed from what Hempstead provided. Now, if we don't like their plan, we can hire somebody else next year to do another one. And hopefully it'll come out saying different if we thought it would, but you can't alter the plan in any way.
Sorry, I didn't ask to alter the plan and I didn't ask for public input in the plan. I said we didn't present the plan to the public. I didn't say that we asked for their input. We also didn't present the plan to council. We got the plan late Wednesday. The public got it late Friday. If they had any questions, they couldn't have them answered. This is not good governance. You don't bring a 10-year financial plan and not present it to the individuals who have to pay it so you can't just say council is saying that they believe and trust in this plan because I haven't even had time to go through the whole thing between Wednesday and today. We have a massive agenda. It's filled with information. We don't have all the answers to any of the questions we've been asked, and this is done in not a timely fashion, so I don't have the opportunity. And moreover, and most importantly, the public doesn't understand the plan, and therefore you're asking me to support it and send it to the ministry when I don't even think the public understands what it is, if they even know it's on the agenda, because they didn't get the agenda till Friday at noon. The failure is on the part of the procedures, and I didn't at any time say the public would have input into the plan. Although, by the way, the public probably should, because we've had multiple Hempsteads and we haven't implemented any of it. So other than rate increases nonstop. So maybe Hempstead isn't the best consultant, or maybe the township doesn't have the ability to learn from Hempstead each time. Either way, the planning hasn't worked so far, and to not present it to the public is incorrect. So at any rate, I will be opposing, and I've asked for the recorded vote.
All right, just have to clarify some of the things you said that were incorrect. The plan was, there's 30 pages. I mean, I had no trouble getting 30 pages read last Thursday. I don't know if anybody else did. I prioritized it as the most important one because of the time sensitivity, and I read these 30 pages before I read any of the others. So certainly enough time to study it. What questions weren't answered? Because I keep hearing questions weren't answered. Councillor Tullio, have you had questions not answered this meeting? Councillor Fisher, have you had questions not answered this meeting? Deputy Mayor? It's not. No. Goff, no. What questions do you have that aren't answered?
I'm not going to play this game. You know the questions I have. Why doesn't anybody have any questions? That's what the concern is. How can 6 people sit around the table and not have any questions about a financial? I need to have time to go through all of these reports. I didn't get half of my questions answered, and I'm done with it. I said I'm objecting to it, so let's move on.
Well, you said,
and I'm not going to hear you tell me again that I don't have the mental capacity to understand, because I promise you, I have the mental capacity to understand exactly what goes on at this council.
Thank you. On the point of order, I've never made such a comment ever. What I said is I'm asking you for your questions. You presented me with none. So in which case,
it's not a question of being able to ask one small question.
Councillor, you've had 3 warnings now. Thank you. As I said, I've looked for questions. I haven't got any. So the document is here. Did I have a mover and a seconder? I would look for a mover. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. So a recorded vote been answered. I'm not hearing any more questions. No questions? I will ask for the vote.
Through the chair, a recorded vote has been requested on item 13.1.4, water financial plan. We'll start with the requesting member, Councillor Bell.
I object to the public not being able to learn what's in the report.
No comment.
Are you in favor of the plan or not?
Object.
Okay, it was a no.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
Councillor Fisher.
In favor.
Councillor Goff.
In favor.
Counselor Snatch,
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu,
In favor.
Mayor Clark.
In favor.
The motion has carried.
Thank you. So we are up to, I'm just trying to scan ahead. That was all a correspondent. And now we're on a correspondence C.
Yes, through the chair, we have 4 items on the consent agenda C correspondence, which we'll put on the screen. Again, if any of these are to be discussed or voted upon separately, please let me know and we'll separate those out. So currently we have that the recommendations as set out on consent agenda C correspondence for the regular meeting of council held on July 13th, 2026, we adopt as presented, including the following items. 14.1.1 Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition correspondence regarding Protect Our Plan from Good Goals to Practical Progress. 14.1.2 CFUW Aurelia correspondence regarding intimate partner violence deputation follow-up. 14.1.3 City of Mississauga correspondence regarding request for provincial review of benchmarking, funding formulas, and length of stay standards for emergency shelters serving women and children experiencing intimate partner violence. 14.1.4 Town of Caledon correspondence regarding motion for provincial support, funding, and coordinated plans to combat tick-borne diseases. I'm aware that there may be a desire to amend the motions for 14.1.1, 14.1.3, and 14.1.4.
Okay, so I would, for pulling them for separate motions, Councillor Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to amend the motion for 14.1.4
All right,
and speak about it. So I'd like to pull.
we'll pull that one. So Councillor, any others to be pulled? Councillor Tuyu.
Yes, the 3 that I had pulled there, I'd like to change the motion on those to receive and
So
support.
we will do them one at a time, if that's okay, Madam Clerk. So we'll start with 14.11, which is the Lake Simcoe Coalition correspondence.
Through the chairs, this is that the Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition correspondence dated June 15th, 2026 regarding Protect Our Plan from Good Goals to Practical Progress be received as information.
Amendment to that?
Yes, I'm hoping that we can receive and support or endorse. And Jonathan Scott actually also included in his report that he's willing to come out and make a deputation for anybody who would like to hear it, but I don't know how council feels about it. The presentation was pretty comprehensive, but I'd like to at least endorse.
So what I'll do is I'll get the motion to receive on the floor first, moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. And now you have an amendment you'd like to receive and support. Do you have a seconder for that amendment? We have a seconder with Councillor Fisher. I would support it if the request came from the Conservation Authority. We pay them a lot of money each year, so I certainly would like to support this, but I would like to see that recommendations come first from the Conservation Authority to make sure there's nothing in there that they're uncomfortable with. So my suggestion would be that the coalition reach out to the Conservation Authority to get them to support their motion. And then that request come to us from the Conservation Authority. I would feel more comfortable, but go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll reach out and let them know. Do you want me to go on with 1.2 now?
Well, we still, we have your
Oh,
amendment.
sorry.
So I can't support the amendment but I will call the vote. Any other comments on the amendment?
There's an amendment to support and bring someone in to do a presentation.
Was to support. So on the amendment.
Right.
All right.
The amendment, yeah, to support.
To support. So just on the amendment, all in favor? Opposed? Was defeated. So on the original motion to receive. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So 14.12.
Through the chair, this is the CFUW Aurelia correspondence dated June 24th, 2026 regarding intimate partner violence deputation follow-up be received as information.
So let me get that on the floor. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher and Councillor Tuyu. Different suggestion? Sorry, my voice is quick.
I guess okay. Well, I would like to receive it, obviously. It's a helpful letter and request that staff create opportunities to make it easy for the township and the community to participate in proactive measures from the 4 listed items in the letter to demonstrate that we are taking meaningful action in support of our declaration that intimate partner violence is an epidemic. For example, we could set aside 1 hour to take the free online course for neighbors, friends, and family to increase awareness for warning signs of abuse and how to respond and share it on, as well as share it on the township website and socials so the community could do the same. We could ensure that prevention and mitigation strategies are built into a community safety and well-being plan, like the example provided for Lanark County and Smiths Falls. And our communication staff has been great with recognizing important dates and flag raisings, but we could go further in organizing a community event to raise awareness. So I don't know if that falls under support or if we can, within a consent agenda, see request a staff report for something like that.
I think the staff, I'm getting puzzled looks here. A staff report, I think, is what we'd be looking for, but Rebecca, go ahead.
Through the chair, my suggestion would be to bring this forward to a future council meeting as an inquiry motion, as it is something that's substantive and beyond the correspondence from the CFEW Aurelia. So it could reference that correspondence, but I think that would be the recommended course of action would be to put an inquiry motion forward for the August 10th meeting, if that's desired.
How do you feel about that, Councillor?
Sure, I'd love to do that. But in the meantime, would we be able to receive and just support this item now, while still moving it forward as an inquiry motion?
Through the chair, so this is just a letter, so I'm not sure what would be involved in support of it. Typically, when we do support it, circulating a resolution to other municipalities or bodies indicating support of that resolution, as this is just an informational letter from CFEW Aurelia. I'm just really need clarification on what action that would be directing for staff to take.
So we would receive it and then look for the inquiry motion.
Yes, I'll prepare that.
All right.
Thank you.
And us receiving it doesn't in any way hinder an inquiry motion coming later? Nope, does not. So I guess then you'll withdraw that and we'll just receive?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, all in favor of receiving? Thank you. Carried. 14.13 was, I think, is where I'm at. Correspondence standard. Is it along the same lines, is it? Yes, go ahead.
Through the chair, this is a resolution from the city of Mississauga. So this is that the city of Mississauga correspondence dated June 24th, 2026 regarding requests for provincial review of benchmarking funding formulas and length of stay standards for emergency shelters serving women and children experiencing intimate partner violence be received as information.
So I'll put it on the floor to receive. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch. Yes, Councillor to you.
Thanks. I'm hoping we can receive and support this one. At our last Zone 4 meeting at Roma in January, one of the mayors indicated that IPV survivors represent the third largest group experiencing homelessness. Often these victims escape with the clothes on their back and don't have the financial resources due to their partner having sole control of their assets and finances. Greenhaven Executive Director Krista Story was not able to attend today to speak at open forum, but we know from her February deputation that a typical stay at Greenhaven Women's Shelter is around 6 weeks, which is the blink of an eye for someone who is traumatized and dealing with major life changes, including not having anywhere to go. It is my understanding that funding and length of stay policy is not necessarily standardized across all municipalities, and endorsing this resolution would support benchmarking the funding formulae that would have a positive impact on length of stay guidelines.
So you'd like to see a support, seconded by Councillor Fisher. I think I'm getting nods around the table. Yes, Councillor Snutch.
I was just going to say, it sort of ties in with your other inquiry motion. Why don't we have them, why don't we tie that all into one?
Well, this is another township's motion that they've written and they're looking for support from local municipalities to even out the funding.
Okay, I guess my point was with the I guess my point was that some of the things that she was going to do in an inquiry motion, which is related to the violence, that we might find a different way to respond. I'm fine either way. I just thought you do it at once.
I'm fine with the support and endorsing as well.
Okay.
Any other councillors? All right. All in favor of the amendment? That is carried. And now the motion as amended. That is carried as well. You have that, Madam Clerk? Both motions carried.
Thank you. So the next item is 14.1.4, which is the Town of Caledon correspondence. Yep. This is the Town of Caledon correspondence dated July 2nd, 2026 regarding motion for provincial support, funding, and coordinated plans to combat tick-borne diseases be received as information.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this out and you'll see in a future meeting, I've actually also put coming forward a notice of motion to kind of expand upon this. But in the meantime, I really want to receive and support this. And when we do our circulation, they've included the Minister of Health, they've included the other municipalities, and they've included Peel. I think I also would like to, when I would like council, and if we should receive and support, that we also circulate it to County of Simcoe. I know our sister municipalities have received it already from Caledon, but it's bigger than local, it's bigger than county or regional, it's bigger than provincial. This goes beyond, and as somebody who suffers from Lyme disease and the effects of, this is a very good beginning first step. And so I really think that we should take this step, recognizing this as the epidemic that it is.
You know, we're really behind on this one, actually. On Ontario and Canada's barely even recognized the disease exists, let alone treatments. Okay, so you would like to see us support and circulate Simcoe County for their support. Can we do that, Rebecca? Because it's not.
Through the chair, we do include the County of Simcoe whenever we have a support resolution.
Okay, so, and you're fine with the amendment as well. So the amendment is that we do support. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. And all in favor of the motion as amended? Carried. Thank you. That brings us through the consent items. Correspondence now, council direction 15.1 from the Athlete Community Center Board.
Through the chair, so this motion is asking for direction from council. So I would suggest providing that direction and then before putting the motion on the floor. What we have currently is that the correspondence from Steve Hinton on behalf of the Athlete Community Center Board regarding requests for insurance assistance for Ramara Harvest Festival 2026 be received, and that council provide direction on support for insurance assistance for the Ramara Harvest Festival 2026.
Okay, yeah, we are looking for direction. So let's get a motion on the floor though. Councillor Goff, you'll put it on, but we are looking for direction as part of that, or do you want me to wait until we have a direction?
Well, through the chair, we would need the direction included. So I would, if there is a consensus on a direction, or if there's several directions you're debating, we could put those on the floor sequentially to determine.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, I would like that we look after covering the cost of insurance for the Harvest Festival. It is at one of our parks, and it's a committee of council. I know we did cover the majority of the $1,000 towards the market this year, and I think this is a good thing it's in its second year, and I feel that we should be covering the cost of insurance because it is one of our events.
So here what my suggestion would be is, yes, cover the cost for this year, but it's not in their budget and their community center board. So I think next year the recommendation would be that they need to include the Harvest Festival as one of their budget items, because there is a potential income, there is a potential, and it's fairly new. So I would say yes for this year, but my strong indication would be next year it needs to be a line in your budget showing that, you know, this much money is going out, this much potential money is coming in.
Mr. Mayor, I know we've had discussions at the Athlete Community Center Board meetings about that exact thing, is having it in as a budget item going forward.
Okay. So did you find, let's, any other discussion? Deputy Mayor Fisher.
I think the concern is last year it was actually underneath our umbrella policy. We made changes to our insurance. So this year is different. So it definitely wasn't added to the budget as a budget line. But I think the other piece of this is it's actually supporting agritourism. It's actually bringing those things in. It was a great event last year. There's no entry fees for people to come and visit it. Families come out and enjoy it. It's something that's open to everybody in our township. So I'd be open to support this year and possibly years to come. So I don't want to put a close on that. I don't want to say moving forward you have to. It's a little different than commercial people paying that, helping them with the farmers market. I think we need to be careful on what kind of event it is. That's for profit. This is non-for-profit. So I understand the difference. There is a concern. Mr. Fisher.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to echo what the Deputy Mayor just said, that when budgets were presented last year, this was before the changes that happened, so there wasn't opportunity for our committees to be able to do that, because I have a feeling that there's going to be other asks from the two other community center boards with events that they're going to be having, and with the same reason that they just didn't know to include it. So it presents kind of a bit of a challenge.
Councillor Tuyu, I think I saw a hand up.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to also echo what the deputy mayor was saying. It would be fantastic if we could be just as generous as we were to the Brecken Farmers Market. And that, yes, we don't charge an entrance fee, and that we're seeking to promote our beautiful park and our local farmers.
So I think I have a direction that, yes, we would, sorry, Councillor Bell.
That's okay. No, I just was going to say, I think as far as moving forward, we're waiting for reports on what is happening with these boards and committees too. So I think however the policy is applied, it can't be applied on a one-off basis. It has to be applied the same to all groups. I don't think we can pick and choose. So if we're doing it for the farmers market, then we should be doing it for Atherley and Udney and whoever else is going to have an event. But I also think the policy needs to exist and be clear. So, because it shouldn't really have to come back for discussion over and over again. I think there should be a policy that says so. But I know, for example, the chamber's not a profit event, but it pays its insurance, and they're not complaining about it. They went and got that insurance, but it brought a lot of people here Saturday. I don't have all the numbers yet, but there were quite a few visitors. And so it's the same principle. So I think there just has to be a clear policy about when we do and when we don't. And I know these are on township property and the event was on private property, but I just think we need to have a policy that says how we will approach it. And I don't think we can develop that until after the report comes back on community center boards.
Okay, so I think what we got is support to cover the cost, but again, I would suggest that they look at it as a line item in their next year's budget. I'm getting the nods. Can we add that to the motion? And I think that was the intention of the board. This is kind of.
And that still leaves it open. If we
Yes.
want to sponsor the event and we want to give money towards that event, they can still ask for sponsorship
Absolutely.
to cover that cost.
They'd be doing it at budget time, though, would be probably the difference. They would do it when they came to budget. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay. Through the chair, we do have a motion drafted so that the correspondence from Steve Hinton on behalf of the Atherley Community Center Board regarding requests for insurance assistance for Ramara Harvest Festival 2026 be received, and that council authorize the provision of up to $1,000 to the Ramara Harvest Festival 2026 for the purposes of insurance assistance to be funded from the ACC Capital Expenditure Reserve, and that the Atherley Community Center Board be directed to include future insurance costs for events in their annual budget for consideration during the annual budget process.
And I moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. None opposed. Next, I have motions. Postponed motions, I have none. Planning motions, I have none. Deputation motions we've dealt with. Notices of motion, I have none. And the notice of previous motion we have dealt with. We're on inquiry motions and I have none. So we're on to bylaws. Now there's a change in the bylaw that be one of them not passed. The fees and charges, one would not be passed, correct?
Yes, through the chair.
17.4.
So that was Bill 2026.40. So remove that from the consolidated vote. And then we will just have a change in the numbering for the confirmation bylaw, which I'll read when we get to that item as well.
Perfect. So go ahead with the recommendation of the bills.
Through the chair. So this is a consolidated vote on the three bills. That bills 2026.37, 2026.38, and 2026.39 be considered by the first, second, and third time and finally passed as bylaws.
Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions on the bylaws? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. On 2026.37, there is nobody who understands what this is. I had questions yesterday from different perspectives on this. I know that there is a memo on the council information package from July 10th, meaning it could not be brought forward today, even if one wanted to bring it forward, because you didn't have a week's notice and the ability to circulate it in the background to get that request forward. So most people don't know what a PIN number is or where to find it. So they don't know what this bylaw is referring to. When I looked at it and I don't know if I have it right. So I am going to take a stab at what am I looking at. And maybe if I'm not right, I can be corrected. But it looks like what this bylaw is saying is that slightly north of Sunset, where there's a little kind of hook in the road there, at some time there was an intent for Lakeshore to be in one particular location. And then over time, the traveled portion of the road became different than what was meant to be the traveled portion of the road. And as a result, the road is not where it was meant to be, which has caused under the 16A plan or broken 16A plan, some discrepancies. And it seems that this, and again, I don't know because I'm guessing on what I can try to figure out, is seemingly when the tax sale for 28, I think it's 2899 Warren came up, it would appear that possibly this whole confusion around where should the road be, who is the road assumed or not assumed, what parts of the road are assumed, has become a question. And I think what you're trying to do is solve getting this road. I'm sorry, I can't. Should I wait for you to have the floor?
Oh, other people have conversations, including yourself, while people are speaking.
Through your worship, just for clarification, it's my role as CIO to provide guidance to staff, and that is exactly what I was doing. It was not involving members of council at that time. Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's just I can't hear when someone's talking beside me, so that's the problem. So I am not understanding what this bylaw is trying to achieve, although when I look at it, it would seem to me that the roads south of Sunset, as the road changes, 2899 appears to be where the road is. So the boundaries and the delineation lines on where the roads go are very confusing to look at. But at the end of the day, it raises the question, is Sunset even attached to Lakeshore or not attached to Lakeshore? And is that leaning into whether Sunset is assumed or not assumed? So I think that there's a lot more to this bylaw than just a PIN number. And I think that it requires some explanation so that people understand what this bylaw is and what it's doing.
Ryan, whenever you're ready, sir.
Through the chair, so I'll respond first just in terms of the PIN number versus not PIN number. I take that into account. There are very specific requirements with the land registry office, so that's a part of that and how it's been drafted. With respect to the history and the location of the road, not addressed by this bylaw, not an issue that's addressed by this bylaw. So what this bylaw really is a housekeeping bylaw. So right now, the ownership of that road is reflected as two individuals. And so when the land titles office when we converted to land titles in 1999, the township's ownership was not identified on the registry. And so right now, this is really a housekeeping bylaw to be able to apply to the land registry office to reflect township ownership of that road.
Councilor Bell?
Yeah, but the pins for that area, they're all, like, it looks like the road is sitting on 2899 Warren or the lot beside it. And so it looks like as the road changes direction, this won't be the only lot that would maybe be impacted by what this bylaw is doing. And again, it raises the question, by passing this bylaw here today, will it help to clarify where Sunset is? Because that 16A block is that whole block. And that road you can see on the map where the road was supposed to be and where the road is. And I think that that's leaning into part of this confusion where the road didn't end up where it was supposed to have ended up at the time. And so somehow the road is winding up being on properties, not on where it was meant to be, like how it's registered. So I just don't know what this bylaw is going to achieve overall, and will it solve the problems for any, like, are we going to see this again, or does it solve the problem for any of the properties that would be along what's now the road?
Through the chair, no issues with location of the road whatsoever that we're aware of. And this is just the housekeeping bylaw to ensure that the land registry record reflects township ownership of the road as we know where it is, not in relationship to any other properties.
Okay, any other questions? All in favor of the bylaws? Opposed of any? They're carried. Thank you. So then we just have the confirmatory bylaw, I believe, and you have to change the number, correct?
Yes, through the chair. So this will just be changing the number on the agenda. It was noted as 2026.57. It will just now become 2026.56.
Can I have a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. And now I'll look for the adjournment, please.
That the council meeting of the Township of Ramara held on July 13th, 2026 be adjourned at 2:50 PM.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. It was a long day, but we knew it would be.